Not yet. Not yet. Yeah, we're live. We're live now. All right, that's cool. Hello, everyone, and this is another episode of Beyond the Bullshit. I am your host, Chocolate Rainbow, and I'm joined by my co-host, Stizor. We have a nice little repertoire of things that we're going to talk about today. We have the Duggars e-begging after having their show canceled.
I want
now on
19
the,
carrots.
they're now on the internet asking people for donations to help their family live because of all the molestation and all the charges that happened. Their show's been canceled. Where we're going to talk about a politician, a particular congressman that seems to think that the new SCOTUS appeal in America allows you to marry your lawnmower for some reason. It's a little different than bestiality, but
It gives a whole new idea to blowjobs.
and also there's the Iran nuke talks. We're gonna chat about that a little bit. Stizer is interested in that, and he also wanted to talk about some Planned Parenthood stuff.
Controversy.
As well as
Well, also, I just want to say, I just remembered, right? I can't let this slip. Tonight is the Republican debate with Donald Trump, which hopefully, in fact, I'm gonna recommend. We're gonna do this live tonight. We're gonna continue. We're gonna do a special. Okay, we don't normally do specials, but just because I've remembered, we are actually gonna do a special. We're gonna do the coverage of the Republican debate. Okay, I'm going to speak, but that's going to be later on in the show. It's going to happen in like 2 hours, so that's going to be an extended version.
We're trying to get like some more people in, and some people who may have watched it are familiar with the actual content of the debate. So yeah, that'd be great. There's also I found this to be particularly funny. Saudi Arabia calls on world to ban criticism of religion.
Oh wow, really? Wow, really? I would never know.
A man by the name of Abdul Majid Al Omari, director for external relations at the Ministry of Islamic Affairs, said, "We have made it clear that freedom of expression without limits or restriction would lead to violation of and abuse of religions and ideological rights." Now, he could be right about that, but to say that we're going to ban criticism of ideologies and you stop it at religion kind of has,
that's a bit weird.
Some problems there.
Come on, let's be honest. That's a bit weird. Come from the people who chop off people's heads.
Right. I didn't want to kind of.
I'm just saying. Let me just point that out. These guys are like, "Oh, you can't criticize religion." Oh, by the way, did we mention we chop off people's heads? So
if you disagree with us,
yeah.
We can get it started on the.
Oh, let's start with the Duggars. I love these fuckers. They're just crazy.
Yeah, sure, because I find that to be interesting. What I found to be interesting though is because the way that they're asking, right, as if they've been like victims of something, like, but in reality, it's like your young children were victims, and now it's come out, and you're facing the repercussions for it. So it's time to deal with that. Because you've done some terrible shit. Like from what I read, it was like months, like a year, longer than a year before they decided to even bring it up as an issue.
How would you deal with it? Let's say you got 19 kids. I mean, that's more than a football team. It only takes 11 people to start in a football team, right? Welcome. Okay, I'm just gonna say before I start my tirade of asking my good friend Joseph's. To start, I'm going to welcome my good friend Shark. In fact, it's not Shark. God, why do I say his fucking name? It's Stark, like Stark Enterprises. Sorry, fuck's sake. Anyway, welcome Stark. Yes, okay. So I'm good. I just don't want to lose my track of mind in regards to
continue
the question. So imagine you had 19 little pubertans, right, or whatever, mini-me's. And one of the mini-me's decides that, well, I'm going to shag maybe 2 or 3 other mini-me's, not by consent. Let's get this straight. It's basically rape, or allegations of rape. I don't want to get our channel shut down for, whatever. But let's say allegations of rape, right? And you got a TV show. And then your TV show gets cancelled regardless because of the allegations involved in your weird-ass family. would you go about the internet saying, give us some money because we didn't get paid $25 million?
Well, like from my understanding, because I actually had an interesting conversation with a coworker about this, and she's a Christian, and she sympathizes with them, and she says like,
Oh, that's
you
interesting.
know, like they're Christian, and we can't really judge them, and this, that, and the other. And it's like, dude, if these people weren't Christians, they would have their feet to the fire. We would burn them at the stake. They like, they'd just be publicly humiliated
If they were
in
Muslims,
every
geez,
fashion,
it's like
So
suicide bombers with kids. They'd be dropping kids on people, like paychecks. That's
I
crazy.
think with America set up the way it is,
Mhm.
and it being the kind of society where a normal person, any normal person that walks around doesn't do anything wrong, it seems like in the situation with, let's talk about, the family that happened here, the Duggars. You have the oldest one diddling three or four of his sisters, and then you have a possible person on the outside. I can't remember if that was or was not the case. But
Well, go on, continue.
the thing that gets to me is if this family has a show, and this hasn't happened like right off the bat. I mean, if this place, these people, this has happened, but their show has continued and continued, and they have more money than the average person, fuck that. Fuck that. Throw them to the fucking crows.
right, because they're not broke from this. They just lost their show, and when they lose their show, they lose the contract, and they're out whatever
Well,
millions of
wasn't
dollars.
they?
But hold on.
Wasn't
But
they broke before?
that doesn't mean that we have to ignore what they did, and say, well, let's feel bad for them and just give them money because now they're not victims of anything.
No, but I'm trying to understand this conundrum that I face in reading the articles that I've been witness to that Joseph shared with me. Were
Yeah.
they broke before the show ever got involved, or were they just like not broke?
No, I don't even know if they're broke. That just seems to be what
Them
the headlines are
motherfuckers
saying.
have
I
the
think
money.
they're just
Yeah.
headlining people to kind of, it's like clickbait, right?
Well, it must be
So,
because from what I read from their contract with with, I think it was TMC, probably isn't. Probably wrong. So TMC, don't sue me. I'm trying to think of the network. I think it was
TLC.
TLC. There we go. Thank you for the correction there. So TLC apparently, now this, I don't know if this is true or not, so I have to be very careful now I word this. Apparently, they was given a contract for $25 million.
yeah.
How can you be broke after $25 million if that's the case? Even if it was $10 million, you couldn't be
You
broke.
can't. No
Exactly.
way in fucking hell.
Even $1 million, you'd still be rich, right? I mean, how much would people like to have $1 million?
No
I mean,
shit.
I know there's 19 of them, but that's still 19
That's-
divided
that's-
by 1 million. That's still a lot of fucking money.
No one told them to have 19 fucking kids, okay? It's like,
Yeah.
just to point that out.
But
Every time when I see that woman,
Come on, stop, sorry.
when I see that woman, my fucking brain just shifts into, bitch, you realize your vagina's not a fucking clown car. You don't have to just start shitting them out.
It's like a cloud train. It doesn't matter a cloud car or boot or whatever the fuck it is.
I don't know. I've been to some fucked up circuses. I've seen some weird shit. But
I like that.
realistically, though, I mean, I think this is where I draw the line. When you watch the show, and see, me growing up in the Midwest,
Yeah.
there's not as many, but there are a lot of people that have that mentality.
Well,
And
Stop. Can I ask you a question? Though? I don't mean to interject, but can I ask you a question? What if that was a Muslim family?
No hesitation. If it was a Muslim family, they would have been thrown to the fucking bird. At least in the places that I know. Now,
Yep.
for example, like I live right outside San Francisco. I'm not even a mile away from San Francisco. If that happened to a family of Muslims here, they would be fine. There would be a good safety net. People around them would be like, look, I don't give a fuck what you think. I don't give a fuck what you believe. I want to help you because you're a human being and I give a shit.
Yeah, San Francisco is known for that. San Francisco is known for being like a nice metropolis. I will admit that.
Yeah. And now, one of the problems where I grew up in the Midwest, which Indiana's a red state. I mean, come on, if you look in the news, look at all the stupid shit my former state's doing. But the thing there is if that would have happened to a Muslim person in that area, fuck them. The people would have turned on them so quick, regardless if they knew 15 or 20 Christians that did the same fucking thing. It's just because they were a totally different person and it wasn't their kind. And that's fucking disgusting to say, but it's true. It happens.
I admit that. We got a new guest. I'm gonna have to detract a little bit from our show just for now. I did actually invite a certain person to the show. I was hoping we could sort it out before we went live. He is a bit late. So we are going to detract a little bit from the schedule. A touch, if you don't mind. Yeah, well, you know, you can listen, Stark. It's not a big detraction. We're still going to have the show that we've just planned, but we're gonna accommodate one of our guests who is late, I admit, or didn't get back to me quick enough. We did wait, but we have a schedule to keep to. His name's Matt Bell. I'm pretty sure you guys know him on the tubes or on the Google Pluses. Now, this is not a debate, okay? So before anybody thinks this is a debate about God, it's not. We don't kind of do that kind of thing, really. It does seem a bit boring in some regards to how we run our operations, but I think it's best to clear the air in regards to stuff, and he left.
Oh, and for the record,
so,
I'm just...
whatever. So I take everything back. He's a complete cock.
Okay. Well, I just want to get this out there. If I dip down or I hit this a lot, I have a really bad back condition.
It's fine.
And so I just wanted to let you know if I duck out of frame, I don't want to smoke up the whole fucking thing and make people think that, oh my God, what is he doing?
He's smoking crack is exactly what he's doing.
Actually, it's not. It's
don't lie. He's smoking crack and he's got a hole under his desk. That's exactly what's going on.
My wife is in the other room. Shut up.
He's lying. That's his other crack hole. He's basically a pimp. His name's Donald Trump.
Yeah,
oh God.
That's an example.
You know what?
Am I allowed to say that online? I don't know.
If my name was Donald Trump, even if I wasn't Donald Trump, I'd eat a fucking Glock just for having that goddamn name right now. That son of a bitch, I swear to Christ, and I don't even believe in him. That motherfucker is going to get us nuked by Mexico.
Mexico doesn't even have nukes.
You know when you're an atheist when you swear to God.
Somehow America will get nuked by Mexico, and Mexico doesn't even have nukes. Donald Trump can make that happen.
I believe that. I totally agree with Stark there. I totally agree.
It's kind of one of those things. It reminds me of every schoolyard bully I've ever had in my life. It was, I'm going to whip your ass. This is what I'm going to do. And then you just go up and pop them, and they cry like a bitch.
Yep.
It's one of those things where I can't wait for this debate that's coming. Because it's one of the things where, with me, when I was a believer and I had faith, I didn't think about politics. I didn't even give a shit about how I looked. I was 508 pounds a year ago, and now I'm 342 and
Sorry, was that me? Was I just typing too much there and just lagged out the internet? Probably.
Yeah, you lagged it out.
With my mechanical keyboard, I apologize.
Way to go.
You know what? This is the first time I've been on a webcam sound, so I keep forgetting to bloody mute. I normally use my finger to do it straight away, but so my bad. I do apologise. I do apologise. I apologise to all viewers as well.
It's
I probably sound like I'm in a toilet.
It's, well, don't feel bad. My lights probably suck horribly. I don't even got them up. I literally have 3-point lighting and shit for when I make my videos on YouTube.
Well, dude, you actually sound fine, and we can see you fine, so that's good. And welcome. I will say that Stark is a subscriber to Secular TV, which I was a guest on today. So big up to the guys over at Secular TV. Don't forget to subscribe to them. Don't forget to subscribe to them. They are our friends. We try our best to promote the people we like, obviously, and
I've personally never been on the show.
It's
but
awesome.
I've watched Secular TV and I like it and I enjoy it. It would be cool if I could be on one time.
No, you will. Sydney is our good friend. Sydney, our little.
Yeah, I love Sid. Yeah.
Sid's boss. Sid's fucking awesome. I did rage at him the other day. I was like, "Fucking get me on the show!" And he was like, "Calm down." I was like, "No, I want to get on the show. I'm angry." But yeah, so big out to Sydney. Big out to Fox as well, who's the admin guy, admin. Big shout out to him. We promoted Beyond the Bullshit today as well, so that was kind of nice.
It was kind of nice. I mean, up until I found Secular TV, I found Pimp Monk first. Mm-hmm. And that fat fucker, whom I love very much.
Kettle Black there, don't you think?
Well, no, really, he inspired me to make a video. Because here it is, at the time I was much heavier. Mm-hmm. I have really bad teeth because the medicine I'm on I have a migraine condition.
Yeah, but but none of that stops you from being an actual nice person, though, does it?
No, exactly. Well, the thing is what I do for my job. I do stand-up comedy for a job.
Oh, that's cool.
So when I saw him doing it, I was like, that motherfucker's just getting up there and slinging it. I can fucking do that.
Of course.
And then I was off to the races. But for me, I think this is where I'm different than some people. If I truly believe in a cause, mm-hmm. I will put my money where my mouth is, mm-hmm. which is why I have 2 Patreons, and I give one of it to Secular TV, and I give the other one to the Godless Engineer.
I'm just going to say this as a public announcement. The Beyond the Bullshit show will have a Patreon, but it's not going to be for Beyond the Bullshit so much. We actually are going to do charity events. Well, I wouldn't say an event because we're not that kind of nice. But what we're going to do is, because we can afford.
Well, I don't know about you.
No. What's that? Okay, I can't afford.
My idea. Let me fucking explain it, okay? One of our long-term goals, and then can we try to get back to the conversation, please? Yeah. But one of the long-term goals I have in mind is to set up certain programs where we ask people to donate to a Patreon so we can give to charities, and I think and through that it would be like hoping that they would continue to subscribe and watch and listen, right? But it's more of a future idea because we don't have a huge fan base yet, and we don't have a large number of subscribers. I think we only got like 20.
Well, all 20 are solid subscribers, and we don't want loads of subscribers who just watch us because it's. Well, we do want it to be entertaining, but we want to change, just like Secular TV, we want to change it where it's meaningful conversation, right?
Right.
It might be funny, it might be sarcastic, but it still has to be meaningful. Because me and Joseph, as the host of this show, we've had enough with G+ in regards to the bullshit, hence the name of our show. So we want it to be meaningful, and as Joseph said, we want a Patreon for charity. We can afford, well, I can, I'm pretty sure Joseph can, we can afford to promote our show financially by ourselves. We don't need your money, even though it's welcome if you want to donate, but we would rather you give.
Oh yeah, you can donate willy-nilly.
We're not going to complain about that, but we would rather you give to a charity.
But there will be what it will be is like a specific episode will be like, so tonight if you donate to Patreon, we will be donating to X charity, right? And it'll be explained in the episode. But if we can get back to the Donald Trump Duggars, all that fun stuff, and carry on from there.
I agree.
There were a few other things that I wanted to bring up. One of them was the trying to marry your lawnmower thing. I found that to be hilarious. But if are we done with the Duggars? Have we ripped into them enough?
No, I think they deserve a bit more punishment.
Realistically, I mean there were 4 kids. There were 4 kids that he did this to. That to me is 4 individual ass rippings. I mean, I mean 4. Right there. And the reason I say 4 is because he's not going to fucking pay for them. And everything that I've seen so far and read, they're making the victims feel like it's their fault. So fuck
it. The girls, right? It's your fault you got a vagina. It's like, what? That's crazy. I'm just... Like, only in America that shit would happen and be, like, remotely close to, like, okay.
You know, I can't dispute that. I really, there would have been a time when I heard an English person go, it's only in America. It's like, fuck you, come here and live. And it's like, no, they're calling it like they see it. Shit.
See, that's an American. See, we've got an American on the show going, I'm sorry, but yeah, he's right. And you think people, like, hating on Americans. It's just... What happened to people these days?
Well, you want to hear something? Because one of the explanations that I got from my coworker, she's like, oh, people are just doing this because they're Christians. And I was like, yeah, fucking child molestation has absolutely nothing to do with people's judgment about them. Absolutely nothing. It's all because they're Christian. And she's like, yeah, it's only because they're Christian. I'm like, are you fucked in your head? Like, if this was a non-Christian, or like the gentleman said before, Muslim, as I was saying, if you're not a Christian in America and this happened to you, they would have held your feet to the fire, you would have been burned at the stake and probably beheaded afterwards. Because that's just a horrible, horrible thing that these people did. But because they're Christian, they have all these apologists for them saying, well, you know, we're all sinners and we all make mistakes and this, that, and the other.
Well, let's look at the positive side, Mike. Let's look at the positive side of America today.
Right.
The majority of Americans were fucking appalled by the British thing.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why it got cancelled, right? So that's a good thing. That's a positive step for Americans to go, we love entertainment, but that took the fucking piss. So, you know, they're not like the Kardashians or whatever. Even though the Kardashians are a bit fucking weird. But you know, at least the American media moguls took the hint, saying, no, that's just not on. You know, this kid molested his fucking family members, and this family was like, oh no, it's fine because we're Christian, it's okay, we forgive him. Like, no, that guy should be in prison, for fuck's sake.
They do have a song, and it's very popular in a lot of contemporary churches called Christian Love, and it's, they will know we are Christians by our love, by our love. They will know we are Christians by our love.
Yep.
I don't think I want that kind of fucking love.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. Especially when it's forced upon me by my sister or brother. No, I don't want that kind of love.
He's sneaking into his little sister's room. You want some Christian love? Some of this Christian love.
We used to go. We literally, if somebody brought something up like that in my neighborhood when I was a child, and even, you know, and I count, you know, like 13, 14, even though, you know, I hit puberty early, I still counted myself as a child because, let's face it, I was a fucking child.
Yeah.
But people would tease each other and be like, yep, you know what he says, why go across the street when you can go across the hall? It's like, dude, that's fucking gross.
That's just raw. That's like, even rednecks tell jokes about being redneck. You know that's wrong. Right?
They know that shit's fucked up.
Tells a joke saying you shagged your sister. You know that's deep, right? That's not just for fun. That's like saying, yeah, your Auntie Mary shagged your Uncle Bob, or whatever. You know. That's
what if he had gotten one of them like pregnant? Like, you know, because I'm not sure how old they were. I think they were too young for that.
They were babies.
They were like little kids. Yeah, okay. That would be kind of fucked up, you know.
Dude, that's the kind of shit that happens. She gets knocked up, they hit your ass off real quick, no one tells anybody a fucking thing, and then the baby pops up and they're like, oh yeah, we adopted.
Yeah.
And nobody talks about that.
That's so bad.
Even better, a common theme that I've noticed in like fucked up families like that is they'll be like, yeah, that's your sister. You know, or that's your brother. Like, they'll raise the child as if that's another sibling. They'll never tell you that that's your mom and your dad. They'll never ever do that. So they just raise them as the sibling.
But do you think that part of... Okay, let's take the Duggars. Let's not.
Right.
Let's not. Okay, let's take it in this scenario. We're going with this one, right? Let's say that does happen where the parents are probably nice Christian people, right? And this is the thing I'm going to get at, right? And you might agree with me, but I'm going to say, right, the Duggars' intentionality to have a huge family was love, Like, I'm going to say that. I think that is the truth. Right? I honestly believe in their hearts, having a big ass family was a loving idea. Right? Now, this kid, one of them, was obviously a fucking beaut, right? And decides the only way for him to get a vagina or any sense of that was to obviously abuse his siblings, right? Now,
Yeah.
no, I agree. It's fucked up. I agree. But at the same time, is you got to understand that parents are probably trying to protect him because he is their kid.
Yeah, but
But
in that hold on. In that instance, hold on, because I need to interject this very important thing. Because you raised that point, yeah, they want to protect him, but out of all of the children, you should be protecting the ones who are victims of
Well, you
this.
didn't let me get to that point. That's just the point
Right.
I was trying to. I was gonna make. I was gonna say then, at what point, or at what fairness level, or any, I think this is why they lost the show, because exactly what you just said. At what point do you say then they're at fault? These poor girls. I mean, shouldn't they still love the kid for being their child? Yes, but condemn him for going. Well, no, that was just fucking weird.
Like, my understanding is they tried to send him away before they took any legal action, and that didn't work because they didn't send him to like a place. They sent him to like a friend's house, right, to try to help him.
Next door, probably.
Well, it wasn't next door, but it was described as like a friend's house. You know, this wasn't a center for people that are sick like he is, right? This was just a place where they thought they could pray away the problems, you know, kind of thing. So it's like they didn't get him the help that he needed. They waited 14 months before they even decided to call the police and make a report, right? And I think it's only because people around them were kind of, you know, pressing down on them like, hey, this is an issue, you know, like. And when I mean people around them, I mean them and their 19 children in their house. Right, so it's like the one family is like a community of people, and they're probably having to deal with this. And then, you know, the parents broken. Hey, let's you know, get this dealt with. And then now that it's coming out, they lose the show, and they're on the internet e-begging, which was the beginning of this conversation, which is why I think it's important to talk about all of the facets of what went on, and then to contrast that with the fact that they're on the internet now asking people for donations because they feel like they're victims of something. And they're not victims of anything.
They were victims of their own ignorance, if anything.
Right, exactly. They were victims of themselves and their own inaction. They're not actual victims of anything. They fucked up. You know,
If
they fucked up.
they would have went the opposite route in condemning that kid outright, in the sense of just admitting that regardless,
Right.
like I've got crazy family members, right? And if they're crazy, you just go, no, you're fucking crazy. And you just do that, right? Because that's a natural part of being a family member.
Right.
I love you, but you're still a fucking nutcase,
You're
and
still
whatever
fucked
you
up.
just did, you're still a fucking nutcase. So, you know, what do you expect me to do? If they would have come out and done that, they would probably still have a fucking TV show. Honestly, they would. And they wouldn't be begging for fucking money on the internet. I don't even know how the begging on the money for internet even comes across, considering how much they've allegedly been paid per fucking episode. 4 years, 4-year contract they had with that company.
The thing that really, I think...
And they're doing a special one-off. Again.
Yeah, true.
Which they got paid for.
More so than just, you know... Yeah, them e-begging is bullshit. Honest to God, anybody with a brain should go, no, fuck you, and not give. But what really chaps my ass about this whole circle, start to finish, okay? I grew up a fairly normal life. Yeah, I had some strange things go on. For example, my mom being a lesbian. That's not normal in the Midwest. It's a lot more normal now, but it wasn't then. But I grew up adjusted. I've never sexually assaulted anyone. I've never diddled my sister. I've never done any fucking thing like that. Now, had anything like that ever happened, my mother would have personally sent my ass up shit creek without a paddle and drilled holes in my fucking boat. Now, when I watched this start to finish, the allegations come out. The allegations came out because Oprah, for Christ's sake, wanted to get him on the show, and Oprah's people were like, okay, let's do a background check. And they got an anonymous thing saying, look, some shit went down. You don't need this. Then they got a Freedom of Information Act order. They got it, subpoenaed the records, and the cop that they finally went to in the beginning was later sentenced to 50 years for possession of child porn.
Wow.
How the fuck does somebody go, hey, he's just as creepy as my son. Let's talk to him. How does that register as a good
More
idea?
creepy. That's more creepier. He was a law enforcement dude. That's even more creepy.
Well, yeah, true, I guess.
But, you know, I mean, I know the other guy was creepy, but the guy was in like a position of authority. That's even more creepy.
I just want to say though, if you ever go on Oprah, man, you better fucking make sure your shit is clean because she finds out everything about everybody, anyone who comes on her show, and she'll just air out your dirty laundry. So yeah, before you go on Oprah, celebrities, you better fucking make sure your shit's clean or clean it up.
You know what's also interesting, man? I want to know what producer thought it was a good idea to do that show. You can imagine
they didn't know the show. The people who did the show, they weren't aware of any of this. If they were, they wouldn't have allowed the show.
All right, let's say they weren't. Like, you can imagine the board meeting Monday morning. Okay, guys, we need a new TV show to get some ratings because we're falling behind at 6 o'clock or whatever the fuck time. They fall behind. And some dickhead puts his hand up. Oh, I was watching Oprah yesterday. Yeah. They had this crazy ass family over 19 kids. In fact, they didn't even have 19. They had 14. When we started filming, they had 14. Now they've got 19. But that's hindsight. But yet they got 14 kids. And how do you cope with 14 kids? Because most people only have 2 or 3. 5 seems a lot to most people.
Don't forget about Octomom.
Yeah,
and the funny thing about that,
exactly.
Hold on, I want to say something real quick. Everybody in America fucking gave her so much shit for having 8 children.
At once?
I can see why, because she's living off of welfare and
no,
things
but
like
she had them all at the same time. That wasn't her fault.
All at the same time, yeah. You know, like it wasn't like.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I had 8 at the same time.
She got artificially inseminated and was like, "Give me 8 children after this artificial insemination." Like, come on. But that's just a side note. But yeah, the Duggars, they don't give them sympathy. Don't donate to them. They actually had to remove their donation video from YouTube.
Have you seen the
webpage? They were getting bombarded with comments. They were getting bombarded with like hate. They were getting bombarded with all kinds of things. So they just removed the video.
I will say, if you want to laugh, go onto their webpage, and it's just blank. If you want another laugh, go onto their YouTube page and just do discussion, and you'll see the vitriol. You've got half of the comments at the top who are like, "Oh, we love you because you're Christian," and the rest are just like, "You're a bunch of fucktards." And it's just continuation after continuation.
Oh, yeah. You know, though, I mean, at what point, seriously, at what point in your mind can you rationally go, okay, I have all these fucking mouth breathers to feed. Our son completely fucked us and diddled. We have millions of dollars in the bank, but I don't want to touch it. I'm going to beg. When the fuck did that come in? Because, I mean, in my brain, that doesn't even... If I have $2 million in the bank, hell, I have $500,000 in the bank. You ain't going to see me begging for shit.
You have the amount of interest on... Even if they got paid $1 million,
right,
they could still live on the interest of $1 million for the rest of their fucking lives.
Yeah.
That's not a joke. You could own... All you need to do, right, and this is not a joke, in today's economy, if you have $1 million in whatever currency it is, you don't even need to spend that shit. You live on the interest the bank gives you for having the £1 million in the bank. That's how much money you get back per year.
If I wanted to do anything...
20 grand a year, for fuck's sake.
If I want to do anything with $1 million, like if somebody said, John, we're going to give you a show, here's $1 million, I would literally take $350,000, put it in a fucking CD, the rest I would stick in the bank and live off the interest.
Exactly.
Done.
Exactly. And these fuckers apparently got paid $25 million.
The thing is with the donation.
Is that an entire lifetime unless you're a
they're asking the donations for their like they want to do a missionary trip.
What, off the edge of a cliff? Off a cliff, hopefully. Crazy.
No. They're preaching the gospel of clown card vaginas.
Oh God.
Right.
They're teaching women breathing techniques to pre-stretch everything.
Yeah.
So that way the kids just shit out like ice cream cones.
Honestly, you know what reminds me of, right? It's like a cross between Saturday Night Live and the Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah.
It is.
That's the way it seems to me. It's
That's a good
comedic.
characterization. Yeah, that's actually.
But the scary thing, though, for me on a personal note, is it kind of makes me worried about my dad growing up, because my dad is the third oldest out of 19 kids. One of them died, so there's only 18 living relatives. Now, I've lost aunts and uncles over the years, but when I was growing up for most of my life, I had 17 aunts and uncles.
You're thinking one of them shagged one of them and produced your fucking brother or some shit, probably.
Well, you know the thing about that is...
No, but I'm saying that would affect me. I'd be like, whoa, that's scary.
Yeah, well, and see, the thing about that is I know it never happened with, like, my dad, but, like, on down the line, I was like, there are some fucked up people. How did they fucking get... And literally, I know to some that might be funny, but to me, that scares the fuck out of me. Because I'm thinking, what kind of fucked up genetics do I have? Do I want to pass that on to offspring?
Yeah. I'm fat because my sister married this fucking brother.
I can safely say I am not my own grandpa. So I'm not that internally fucked yet.
No, but I can understand that sentiment, though. I will say this, right? I will say this. The older style American family did have big families, right? I can't say that because... in them days, it was a different scenario. But today, really today, no. No family today should have 19 kids. That's just overpopulation by 9 or 10. In fact, 19 for fuck's sake. The world is as stretched as it possibly can be, and you think it's okay for taxpayers to pay for your 19 fucking mouths. No, it ain't. You know, have some responsibility. Like, people are... Okay, I'll just give you a political example. In the UK, we've just changed the law where the government will only pay for your first 2 children in, like, subsidies or whatever. After that, you ain't getting any money. And you know what the people did? Cheer. People like me, who doesn't have any kids, why should I have to pay tax for you to have sex and have a mouth? I'll be dead. I don't want to pay for your fucking kid. I don't mind paying for health insurance and shit like that. That's a bit different, right? But for me to pay for the next generation of your little twat, no. You pay for it yourself. I would go 1/5 and only go 1 kid. You can have 1 kid that everybody's willing to pay for. After that, pay for it your fucking self.
I agree. My first year in college, my freshman year, I had a debate class. It was basically it was supposed to be an ethics class, but we did more debating on stupid, pointless, mundane shit than we ever learned about the actual theory of ethics. But I remember one day we were having the debate on should we limit children, should we not, should we make people have a license to stop having kids. And now keep in mind, I'm a freshman, I have no clue about debate. I have come from a place in the state of Indiana where most people are like, let's get the fuck out of here, I hear banjos. So I'm in this room with a professor. He's got his doctorate in English, I think. Why he was doing this, I don't know. And I was like, okay, here's the thing. You're not going to stop anyone from having sex. And that's how I opened my statement. And he jumped in the middle of the debate and goes, John, we're not talking about sex. I was like, with all due respect, Professor Vaughn, how do you think children are made? And he looked at me like nobody had ever told him that babies came from 2 people fucking. And it blew my mind. Because realistically, if you're that old, and the idea of coitus to produce children, and trying to be a responsible parent and saying, well, I really only have patience for 2, let's have half a dozen, it's kind of pointless. But I don't think most people really even take, and why I'm talking about sex in this whole thing, is the Duggars, one of their problems, and one of the things that I know they preach, because like I said, I know people that are in that religious kind of lifestyle. They preach 100% non-contraceptive. No birth control, no nothing.
And multiply. That's what it says in the Bible. Be fruitful and multiply, meaning fuck a lot and have lots of kids after you get married.
Yeah, but that's bullshit for the rest of us that don't follow it.
Exactly. Right. That's why 19 kids is fucking upset.
Yeah, no, I mean,
totally. Imagine like a Muslim.
I totally agree that it is bullshit.
Kids. Like, that would be like a terrorist organization. Seriously, we'd have to donate them as a terrorist organization. Oh my god, your name's what's your name? Jamal. Oh fuck, you're the terrorist because you got 19 little terrorists.
Stop the madness. We're not a terrorist organization.
It's funny. Come on.
You know, like
closer to a commune. Something more like a commune.
It's not a no, we're only going to school. What are you shouting Allah Akbar for? Oh, you got a group of terrorists. No, they're my kids. Fuck off.
But the thing is though, is even if you have 20 kids, couldn't you at least try to do something fucking creative other than use the same letter? Maybe start with A, work your way as close to Z as possible.
I don't even want to call it like Jim Bob, J Bell, Jilly Billy.
It's so stupid. Like, how on earth? And I mean,
it's
maybe
the fucking
I'm shallow.
Waltons. It's exactly what it is. It's the fucking Waltons.
I mean, maybe I'm shallow, but the whole idea, I couldn't rightfully look at my bride, and my wife's name is Tara, very non-masculine name. But I couldn't have looked at my wife directly in the eye and her name been like Josiah. And been like...
Or Bobby Jane.
Yeah.
That's what you call the kids. Bobby Jane. Billy Jean. Sorry, Michael Jackson thing there. But you get the point, right?
Yeah.
Good night, Billy Bob. Good night, Billy Jane. Good night, Bobby Sue. Good night, Sue Bobby Bob. Good night, Johnny Jilly. Jilly John. Like,
Baba Joe.
Baba Joe John Jr. It's like, what?
Hey. At least the Duggars don't condone marrying lawnmowers, which is an excellent segue into the next thing we're going to talk about, which is
alright, fuck the Duggars. They've been dug out. The Duggars got buried.
The Duggars got buried.
They got buried.
That's pretty much what just happened. But a GOP congressman.
Damn it! I didn't drop a rose on them bitches. Fuck!
I wouldn't waste it. They'd probably try to fucking
there'll be plenty of opportunity. There'll be plenty of opportunity.
You know, there is only one hope. I only have one hope about the Duggars, and I'll leave it at that. Is when this man dies, if he is buried, that there is a gay necrophiliac within distance. That is my only goal. Is so that way I hope I can read that life fucked him in the end.
See, I was thinking one of them being like, I was thinking in the next Star Wars movie they could be a cameo in a village by themselves, and a starship will literally crash into the village.
Actually, you know though, you got perfect casting because it'd be two Tusken Raiders, 2 Sand People, and a shit ton of Jawas.
Yeah, exactly right. That's what I'm saying. Like, couldn't big guys
play all the Jawas?
The Duggars are like the Jawa / Sandman fucking necrophy.
Right, I want to get onto this because I think it's funny. The reason and the only reason why the reason why I think it's funny is because what is his name?
I don't know. Lawnmowers maybe.
Republican Representative Steve King.
Oh.
He says the SCOTUS ruling means now you can marry your lawnmower. And the reason why I find this to be hilarious is because the internet went insane. And when I mean insane, like people have made an entire satire page on Facebook that is completely dedicated to lawnmower love. and it's called Steve King's Lawnmower Dating Club. there's various pictures of people, just captions with their lawnmowers. And
the
it's just
scary
funny.
part is, the scary part of that is, I've actually spoke to some Christians who've actually said in rebuttal
Hey, Dad.
of the Sokas. Hold on, you. I'm going to mute you because you're in a private conversation with Pops. It's okay. We can do it for you. It's fine. He's in a private conversation. He's on the phone just that. In what Joseph was saying there, it is kind of funny because when I was on a hangout with some Christians, they were saying, well, now that we've passed the law saying it's okay to marry gays, doesn't that mean you can now marry a goat? And I was like, no.
No.
It doesn't. Where did you get that from? Oh, well, it's legal, so you can basically fuck anything you want. I was like, did you know in 19 states of the United States, which has 50 states, it was already legal to shag animals before they ever made this law? Apparently not. But okay, let's go with lawnmowers.
Yeah, like the interesting part I like is because there was a guy, Pat Reinard. I hope I said that right. He's an internet blogger, I guess, and he actually went to try to go marry his lawnmower just to see if this actually could happen. And he went there and he asked, and the explanation he got was, of course the answer is no. And the reason's quite obvious. You have to be 18 years of age or older to get married and to get a marriage license. The other party needs to be able to sign a contract. It needs to have a government ID, and it has to be able to have a witness that says they can enter into a contract. So unless a lawnmower or a goat or a cow or a pig or any other inanimate object that Christians or other insane people that are against gay marriage seem to think that you can get married to, you can't if they don't fall into this criteria.
No, but
So
what makes them think that they're not
pretty much, unless it's a fucking human being that's able to follow through with these things and they're over the age of 18, you ain't marrying it.
No,
So
but
you
guys
can hold on, rant not over. You hyper fundamentalist homophobic people. I'm just gonna call you homophobic people.
Yes, they are. Let's call them what they are.
Let's call them what they are. Yeah, we're just calling them what they are. You homophobes who seem to think that you can equate homosexual marriage, the union between two human beings, to fucking a goat or fucking a cow or marrying an inanimate object. You need to have your brain checked
Just you saying it makes me laugh. That's how stupid the fucking is.
Well, yeah, like just saying it out. Having gay marriage legal equals I can marry a goat. Like how do you connect the two? Where do you get that from? How the fuck did that even happen?
Because a goat's a goat is less than a human. Nope, it's not. This is the point. It's like these people who defend their religion. I mean, honestly, like moderate religious people defend this position. Well, I disagree with the whole, charging people with, gay marriage. Yeah. But then it says so in the Bible. So what are you saying? Are you defending it, but you're not gonna say it? Oh no, I'm just saying it's like it's in the Bible, but I won't stop people from doing it. So therefore, you admit that you're full of shit. But these people don't even say yes. They just go, no, it's in the Bible. It's got nothing to do with fucking a lawnmower at all.
Hey,
yeah.
if you want to go and stick your dick in a muffler of a lawnmower,
be my guess.
I guess. But the one thing I want to know. I want to know the first guy who gets fucked up on some kind of substance, be it hallucinogens, be it something that turns that bitch on, looks at the blades and is like, I love you, Camille, and just fucking murder deaths himself right fucking there. I think they'll put a kibosh on that Marion lawnmower shit right there.
Well, I think if you want to marry a lawnmower and chop your own dick off, you might get it.
No, I mean just, it's kind of like marrying a lawnmower has no appeal to me. It's kind of like a whole bunch of other shit, like that drug they make called crocodile. that it's supposed to be.
Anything with you.
Yeah, why would you, I always wondered, why would you, after knowing the effects of that drug, continue to use it?
Why would you want to shag a lawnmower knowing that can chop off your dick?
Well, no
Same
one does. I don't think anyone actually wants to marry a lawnmower. It's just that this dumb fuck seems to think that having gay marriage legal means that we can just start marrying whatever we want. Like, I can go marry a shovel, or I can marry like my television, you know, or something like it doesn't follow in any sense, in any way, shape, or form. Like, gay marriage equals marrying whatever you want. It's like, are you fucking stupid?
Okay, I'll give you a good correlation. Here is a rock, therefore I can create semen rocks.
Bad.
Yeah, exactly, bad. Like, bad because it's stupid. There's no correlation between semen rocks and said rock. It's just me trying to fucking...
It's like, here's a rock. Here's a rock. Therefore, rock monsters.
You know, when I hear semen rock, all I think is, ooh, goddamn walrus mating season. That's all I think.
Oh, dude.
I just think of the Republican Party, and I'm just going to say, the show later is going to do it live. We are going to do it live, the whole Republican debate thing. I'm going to extend it. I know Joseph wasn't aware of that.
Either extend it or make it an after show, but we can talk about that after.
Yeah, it's not now. I just want to put that in. But when it comes to this gay thing, I really do think the moderate side of Christianity needs to be responsible and just say, that is stupid. You can't go around saying, because we let human beings make their own destiny. When it comes to love, I mean, isn't love supposed to be one of the things that we all enjoy as human beings, regardless?
Yep.
Are we all,
No, you have to put restrictions on love. You can't love. Fuck you.
Yeah, it's like, that's shitty. You might as well be Hitler or Pol Pot or some other crazy ass motherfucker. Isn't that what we all try and strive for? Is the love of our fellow being, of any genitalia or whatever. You know, we all need somebody. We're all a yin, and we need to find our yang, and you know that's a nice shape. Isn't that the point?
I think that is, and I think people get really weirded out about that being the point. Like, some people are so stuck in this Bronze Age book, or stuck in some similar fundamental train of thought where loving another person is icky.
Yeah.
And because to them it's icky, they're never going to be happy. Like, I have a friend of mine whom I will not bury, but I swear, as I'm sitting here, this man is gay.
Yeah.
Every time he's had a relationship with a female, it's ended catastrophically. He does a lot of pro-gay things. But if you say, dude, you're gay, he fucking flies off the handle. And it's like, wow, insecure much. But I think it's funny with me. I grew up in a lesbian household. My mom and her partner have been together since I was in 2nd grade, and they're one of like 4
Oh, that makes you a lesbian. You're a lesbian. Woo! Just saying. You're a lesbian. You're a lesbian. You're a lesbian trapped in a man's body. That's what I
real thing is, the real thing is that
I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body, but I like being trapped in a man's body, so therefore technically I'm not trapped. So I don't know how that works.
You are a woman trapped in a man's body.
Realistically, it was
But I like dicks, or I like my dick. I don't fucking know how that works out, but yeah, I like titties and vaginas.
Well, you know, I know a lot of straight women that love tits. I mean, I've come to the realization...
How could you not? How could you not love titties?
That's my realization in life. Everyone loves titties.
Yeah,
Everyone.
Thank you.
Everybody likes titties.
Yeah, thank you. You know what, I'm going to say this, right, this might sound gay, but it's not, but I appreciate the manhood of men. Like, when I see a guy with a fucking awesome dick, I'm just like, oh man, that's like having a
I don't know where you go where you see dicks on a regular basis.
Well, because I watch porn, right? And anybody watches porn appreciates the male body. I've sat there sometimes going, God, that guy's dick's just fucking amazing. If I had that,
well, that makes
I would lock and load that motherfucker. I'm just what I'm doing is I'm appreciating the human form. It doesn't mean I'm attracted to it. Like, I didn't get a boner when I was in the shower when I was a kid because I seen other kids' dicks. But we did used to joke about each other's dicks because we were all talking about dicks.
Oh,
That's
Steiger,
what we did at school.
you and your boys got it hard up and played swords.
Okay.
No, we didn't. Well, that's the point. Is like, I think if you grow up right, where you're just honest in a sense, like of your sexuality. Like, none of my friends were gay when I was growing up at school, right? But like, we were still guys, and we talked about girls, and dicks was a big issue for us in the sense of being kids, right? So, you know, we used to have a laugh about it, and there was some kids, I will honestly say, that didn't deserve the stick that they got for the size of their dicks. I will say that, right? And I can say I was one of the lucky ones that didn't have a small dick, thankfully. But at the same time, you kind of appreciated the stick that you was given in that regard, and the girls appreciated the fact that you had a stick of that size, and that's still the same thing today.
Until you pull it out in front of them, and then they scream and shriek.
Okay,
I'll tell you.
Caveat to this.
When I was a kid, right, what we used to do when we was kids, we used to actually put holes in our pockets in our pants, and we would say to the girls, "Can you get my rubber out my pocket?" And trust me, it wouldn't be the rubber that they thought.
Okay.
So
just to clear up, rubber is
Okay.
British for eraser.
Yeah.
Eraser. So basically, we would say, "Can you get the eraser out my pocket?" We would pretend we was doing something else. "Can you help? Because I'm trying to get me." And they would go, "Oh yeah, sure." You know, being girls and being nice, they would do it. And what they got in your pocket would not be, and it would be the joke, basically. But that used to be fun, right? It used to be the joke of kids my age, obviously, and what we used to do as kids. And that's why I learned about sexuality and all that.
I think with the rubber story, wow. See, I had never heard anything like that. Now, there are things that, you know, I can attest to, that every man is attest to, like, for example, porn. And if you want something that will fucking boggle your mind, and I'm going to shoehorn everything that I'm going to say around this point, so stick with me, bitches. If you watch porn, there is a porn called like Number 4 or like I Am 4, and it's a parody of fucking 300. Now, I, being a guy, I'm like, okay, it's porn. Fine. The actor they have playing Xerxes' dick damn near used. I'm goddamn sure. And I'm looking, me and the person I was watching this with, it's going in, she's like, it's gonna pop out her fucking stomach.
Gonna pop out the spine like the fucking alien or the stomach or some shit.
It was literally, I was like, how the fuck does he piss with a heart on? He would have literally had to grab it, wrap that bitch around one more time, and gone. It looked like, seriously, it looked like somebody tried to make a loop on a roller coaster, made a fucking flesh, and was like, fuck it. And quit, like, right there. So, that'll fucking boggle your mind. But, I mean, guys, when I was in high school, if there was some poor unfortunate fucker that was hung like a studded mouse in a blizzard, then he was pretty well fucked.
Yeah.
Now, if you're someone like me, it didn't bother me much. I really didn't care because I was confident with what I had and I could use what I had.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'll tell you what, since neither one of you had the benefit, I'm guessing, of growing up with a lesbian mom.
Well, not growing up with, but my mother is a lesbian.
That's awesome. I'll tell you what, read your mom's books. You could pick up more tips for eating pussy on a modern lesbian shelf than I've ever seen in my life.
The thing is, right, I don't think that's a big, I mean, like, I appreciate...
Before we veer off too far into vagina talk and whatnot, I want to try to steer this to back to the gay marriage thing, because you brought something interesting up there, Stark, when you said, like, you feel good about yourself, like you never felt insecure. And
Yeah.
I think that's where extreme homophobia comes from, is the fact that, like, I'm not gonna say that they're gay or they're lesbian, but I think that there is either a thought or a tendency that they're fighting against, and the way they lash out is with that extreme homophobia. It's like, oh, it's just disgusting, you're horrible, you're gross, you're an abomination, you know. And then with other people, it could be religious reasons, which is typically the case. It's religious reasons, right? But I think for a secular case, it could be a type of insecurity about, you know, how they feel towards the same gender, or even about certain people of the same gender. Because some people don't have to be gay, but they could be in love with like their friend and not even realize that they're in love with their friend.
No, but
You know, male or female, right? It can happen in either case, and they could just be in love with their friend that happens to be of the same gender, and that would classify them as homosexual. But
Totally.
there's clearly an internal struggle that's going on that makes one lash out in such a way where it's like it's very violent and
Oh,
vulgar.
yeah.
Like it's disgusting at sometimes too. Like it even like I don't take offense to things, and I'm all for vulgarity. But it's like this is how you think of a person and their sexuality. Like that's ugly,
yeah.
man.
Don't you think that's fear though? I mean,
Well, it's more insecurity is a type of fear, right?
Yeah.
Like if you want to, but insecurity is a better way to put it because it's more accurate. Fear is something else.
no,
Insecurity
I
is
know, I'm okay. I agree with you, but I still think fear of that kind of
No,
love
there's
is.
nothing to be afraid of. No, I don't like that characterization because there's nothing to be afraid of. That's why I think homophobia is a stupid term. You're not afraid. You're just an asshole, right? I
Yeah,
think
I
as the
agree with
Morgan
that. I agree
Freeman,
with that.
as the Morgan Freeman meme has gone around the internet, right? You're not afraid of anything. There's no fear. There's nothing
You're
to
just a
fear.
cunt.
You're just
No,
sick, right?
okay, but
Actually, wait a minute. I have one fear. I have one fear. And me being, you know, growing up in a lesbian household, Yolan, I'm not sure if you were around for any of it.
My fear is falling in love with a woman who falls in love with a lesbian who doesn't give me the chance to fuck them both. That's my fear.
That was an episode of Seinfeld, bro.
Exactly,
Dude.
right? That's funny. That's funny. That's you know, but that's the classical heterosexual fear of like, I just missed out on that shit. That's not fair. But it's got nothing to do with being a lesbian. It's got everything to do with not being loved, right? That's the whole entire point of Seinfeld.
You and my dad have the same thing.
Look, like if you're homophobic, right? Like if you're an individual that's homophobic, I don't think that person is afraid of gay people. You know, they might be like, oh, I'm afraid I might get AIDS, but that's not like a real fear. That's just a stereotype, right? But
Yeah,
like that's why the term homophobic is kind of a mischaracterization of the attitude. It's just bigotry, right?
It is because I can't understand that either. So I will agree because I can't relate to I can't honestly relate to a homophobe because I don't know what that actually means to my brain. Because for my brain, it's just like everyone's the same, and it's how you treat me as a person. I don't give a fuck about your genitals. And this is the point about the Seinfeld joke. It's like it is a joke, but it's not about the fact that there's a woman going for another woman. It's the fact that I don't feel loved anymore. I want to enjoy the love, you know? It's not about the sexual interaction. It's the fact that I want to be loved, but like, why me? I feel like a little plant that's just been not watered anymore. So it's not so much the sexual connotation, even though I guess in today's society we put a lot of emphasis on sex. But it's actually about human relationships, and I think that's more important. For me it is, anyway.
I think one of the things that I learned growing up early on, because like I said, my mom and her partner have been together since I was in second grade. Now, to caveat that around what you just said, my parents didn't get a divorce till I was a junior in high school. Once Lynn moved in when I was in second grade, all relationships between my parents stopped. So it was kind of a weird thing. But growing up, the one thing that I, in a same-sex household, really object to, and I was going to make a joke as a fear, but it's not a fear, was every time I would see Mom and her partner Lynn kiss, it would weird me the fuck out. Well, once I got over to other people's friends and I started socializing more, and I would see other people's parents kiss, it's like, oh, goddamn it, quit it. So, really, I don't think there's much of a difference, if any, in the lifestyle, in the way you're brought up. Now, granted, other than individual parenting, like, your parents were probably nothing like my parents, but then they may have been very similar in other areas. What I'm talking about as far as adjustment-wise, there's nothing. And for the people that think it's somehow going to destroy America or destroy the world. You need to fucking get over it. Because it's not going to do it. It's just a simple course of life. It's just somebody else who has a different view. It doesn't mean we should burn them at the fucking stake. That's what I think.
Well, I grew up with a friend in school when I was in, I think it's called kindergarten in the United States. My friend is only, he's about 9 or 10, and his mum was a prostitute.
Oh, holy shit.
No, like everybody knew it in school. It was kind of a shock to kids kind of thing, but there were certain people who used to, tear 10 fucking shits out of them, and
hey, you know what? They need to shut up.
No, hold on, let me finish. They used to, but they didn't do it for long because the people who appreciated him as a person, and people who were smart, I guess I would say, in school, who grew up in the ghetto, because it was the kids who used to pick on him, right, were the kids who used to have it all and not realise that nobody had it all. Or the majority of people didn't have it all. And they'd get their ass kicked. So he was a well-loved kind of guy in that regard. And he was small. He was some little tiny dude. He was smaller than me, and I was like one of the smallest kids in school. And for me, and also only my family shit, I guess, because I've never grew up in a perfect family. I lived in the ghetto, always have. I've had some crazy family experiences, still put up with them today. But when I was a kid, it's like I never judged anybody in that regard, and I still wouldn't do. And this is the funny thing. I think if you grow up in a family unit that respects that life isn't rose-tinted coloured glasses, or you experience a life where you understand that the basis of life is survival, then you don't judge people as much as other people who think that it's okay to judge them because you can say that. And I will always fight against people of that doctrine because they make me sick. They're just hypocrites, basically.
Well, we live cushy, right? So it's easy to just be like, well, look at this. This is important. This is the important issue because we have electricity, we have running water, we have telephones and internet. So we kind of take that survival aspect for granted, and it's easy to focus on more issues that aren't really issues and make them issues, right? And then that's where this kind of stuff comes from. It's like, well, this is what's important because all this stuff is taken care of. Don't worry about it.
Well, my uncle got my second cousin got found in a suitcase because he was gay. I've had a lot of
they kill gay people like in Russia. I saw a video on the internet. I know. Well, I'm saying did a social experiment. They just two guys holding hands, and they did like it's like those internet pranksters type people video, and they were just holding hands and they were getting like yelled at. People, this one guy just came up to them and tried to fight them just because they were holding hands.
I know. Well, what I'm saying is
so that's the attitude and they get killed, as you said. Like people, like they'll hack them up or they'll just beat them up or it's terrible. All because of this.
No, but I think if you grow up in the environment where you're taught that, because when I was growing up, like people acted funny, right, and I didn't know why because I was only a kid. And then once you understand, because I grew up a little bit quicker, I like yourself, in that respect, Joseph. If you grow up quicker than supposedly you should do, right, in acknowledging stuff. And I grew up pretty quick in my environment. And that person for me became special because he was special to me, right? He was my cousin. The way he acted was strange when I first understood it. Or knew him, kind of thing. But then because of the chit chatter and eavesdropping and all that shit you do as a kid, it became apparent what the meaning of sexuality was at a very early age. And it became just a normal thing, right? And I was upset at the fact that someone can treat another human being that way, And that affected me from a very early age. I was at least, 5 or 6 when that happened. But I wasn't stupid. I always listened, and people, kids do listen, and this is the thing I would say, that we treat kids as dumbasses when kids are like little sponges when they're young. Because I know when I was young, I wasn't stupid. I listened to everything that was going on in my house. All the swear words, all the interactions I knew were learned from other people, right? So I knew what being gay was when I was 6 and 7. I knew what that meant. Because I knew what God was at the same time. God said no to that shit. But these people I love, you make me smile, make me cry, right? They're no different than me or anybody else that I interacted with. But somehow they're demonized because of this magical thing called God. And that's when I understood fully the magnitude of it.
It's because of hate. It's not because of a religion. Like because my position is religion was made up by people. Therefore, the people ingrained that message into their religious belief. It didn't come from anywhere. It didn't come from anywhere. It came from the people. It's quite obvious.
I think what you said before
you can try to justify it by saying no, God commanded it, but that's quite clearly a human mandate.
Yeah.
No, it's a human thing. It's not. No God would care about your sexuality.
God created life. Didn't create it. He did. God created life. If anything, He didn't create fucking genitalia specifically.
I think one of the things that the earliest memory, as far as I can recall, one of them. I was very young. I was like 4, and I was doing something. But I remember bitching about it not being fair. And my mother grabbed me by my fucking scrawny little shoulders at the time, picked my ass up off the floor, looked me in the eye, and was like, "Listen, life sucks. Get a fucking helmet." And
you got a condom.
Pretty much.
So once that initial thing, and the reason I remember that was because that was the first time that I ever really in my life consciously was like, holy shit, there's other people, and I'm acting like it showed. Oh, God. And then from that moment on, I've never let that voice go. And I still use it because and even as an ex-pastor, like I have seen shit where I have had people come to me and then me go to my boss and my boss tell me to do the absolute most horrible shit I can and it, not be what I need to do. So seeing that and growing up, I have realized, and I totally agree with you, it is much more of the "ew, it's gross, get away from me" than, well, God said don't do it.
Exactly, that's what it is. It's icky, it's nasty, it's gross.
Yeah.
And that's where it begins, and that's how it's easy.
Yeah, go on, Tommy. I know you want to play with your balls. Go on, Tommy. I'm just gonna say hello to Saint Tommy. He's playing with his balls right now. Yeah, big balls, Tommy. I'm fluent.
Tommy's playing with his big balls.
Tommy, you're allowed to speak, Tommy. Go on. Oh, he's saying that only peanut size. I don't want to speak. God bless you. I've got small balls. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's
I think he's saying he's going for a piss. Oh my God, he's got a fat belly. Oh my God, no, there's a belly dick on the cam. That's it. We're gonna get fucking. Now. We're gonna get
I don't think I have enough weed for that.
Was that a porn bomb? I don't know.
No, we don't want to get flagged.
Calm down, everybody. It's okay. It was a belly dance, a traditional belly dance. It was, very orthodox. Very orthodox in my neighborhood. It is not a violation of G+ terms. Belly dance, it's okay.
It isn't. It was traditional. How you doing, Tommy? Come on.
Hell, I'm happy to be here. Thank God Almighty, or whatever exists, Almighty reality, that for your hospitality, my good neighbor Sty. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's not just me. This is not just my hang. I've got a co-host, obviously.
Hello, other good G+ peeps. Thank you for your patience and eternal hospitality. Also, thank you.
Well, actually, no. We like to go beyond the bullshit. So
the bullshit. Yeah, I wanted to follow up. I was following up on what Stark was saying because he's right. It starts with that's icky, Yeah. And then from there, people are just like, well, that's gross, man. That's nasty. Because that's what most people say when you say like, well, what do you think of two guys kissing? Oh man, that's nasty.
That's the thing, Mike.
They don't say, oh, that's immoral, or like something like that. They say, oh, that's nasty. Right? And then later you can justify it and say, "Well, that's immoral. You know, it's not natural."
No, if someone asked me that, I would honestly say I don't give a fuck, because it would.
Well, we're not talking about you, Steiger.
I know, but I'm just trying to say, like,
homosexuality
people,
and people trying to compare gay marriage to marrying your lawnmower. Those crazy fucking people.
You don't like. It's like, at the end of the day, they're justifying the whole. I guess to bring it back to the whole lawnmower thing. I think to say icky is to say, well, you're just marrying your lawnmower, and I don't think that's right. I think if you deny, let's face it, people's love for each other, which it is. I don't think God, if he exists, would deny love. Isn't that the whole premise of what God intends?
Nobody has the monopoly on love except for Hallmark during Valentine's Day.
There is an element of truth.
They're the only people that have the monopoly on love. Nobody else.
Right
now. We're not endorsing Walmart by any stretch of the imagination. We're just using as a basis for our.
Look, I personally saw.
My Walmart card this season.
I saw a circle jerk back in 1974 at Boy Scout camp, and it was not abomination. It was not, and it didn't seem to be an abomination to me.
It was
I don't know about God. I mean, I am an ambassador of Christ Jesus, and I can speak in His name, but I don't know.
I think Tommy's engaged in some sexual activities he wouldn't admit.
But Tommy's got a point, though. See, Tommy may be talking about Limpy, but really the man has a point. If you think about it, he's talking about, a circle jerk at Boy Scout camp. Homosexuality's been going on for years. If you think about it, I mean, back in the day, they would refer to it as the favor that men did for other men during the war.
Yeah.
So I mean, the fact that people are so well, if them damn gays can get married, I'm gonna marry this, and most of the people that are saying that are either married or people that nobody would want to fucking marry in the first place.
I think we should have Stark on as a regular.
Yes, he should be the regular third personality. I like him.
Yeah, I like Stark. Stark, you don't mind if we recruit you as our third, do you? Just saying.
I don't give it. I'm glad, I'm glad I can do something
like that. Did you say black? What you said, I'm black. I was like, what?
Hey, I'm like sketchy white dude. I'm transracial. Fuck you.
Hey.
I honestly.
Okay, hold on. Wait, Cesar, wait. In lieu of that comment, we have to talk about Rachel Dolezal. Come on. It's too fucking funny to avoid.
Wait, hold on. In lieu of that, I've got to say, Kristen Moss saying I can't. And I'm saying, yes, we can. We are doing it live.
Dude, who cares? Keep it in your chat. We're trying to have a conversation.
Yeah, we are, but I'm trying to promote our channel into a segue that
whatever.
Do you know we've already been on for like 2 hours?
You have to make short mention of Rachel Dolezal, even if it's for 5 minutes, because I think that entire situation is just too fucking funny, and she's still getting like interviews and being called to magazines, and she's still saying I identify as a black person, and nobody's challenging her except for people on Twitter and shit.
Okay, well I just have to remind you that the time's been a clicking, and we've been on for a while, and
we've only been on for like 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh yes, I know, but the time's been a clicking, and pretty soon, we're going to be doing the Republican debate. Like, pretty soon, which is in the next 15 minutes. Tickety-tock. It's coming because you cannot have a hangout and not have...
man, listen. You gotta chill, bro.
No, but you gotta understand
I understand.
The human race and Republican Party debate means
You're salting up the conversation. You're assaulting up the conversation, man. We're trying to keep things
Dude, I'm
flowing so
sorry.
you have to move on, right? In order to move along, you have to move along through each subject.
Yeah, we have to move on
Right.
to the Republican
And what you're doing is derailing from each subject by making external chats.
No, I'm trying to put you on.
Focus.
Debate on the planet that's happening right now, which is the fucking Republican fucking party.
We don't have to talk about it live.
The internet's going crazy right now for the Republican debate.
Yeah, we can
I
talk
will
about it
not
after.
be the only channel that doesn't host this live.
There's plenty of time. You're not hosting it live. I don't want to stream this on here and just sit here and talk listen to them talk while we.
We are, dude.
As a person of non-color, unfuck everybody.
Yeah, that's not. We're not doing that, man. The viewers would drop in a heart. We could, if people wanted to watch it, they'll watch it on TV. Why watch it through our channel?
On TV because that's not the fun of it.
What are you trying to say?
Why watch it through here? Other than it's gonna lag and skip and trip out and all this nonsense through the internet. You can just watch it on TV if people want to watch it.
No,
I got a question.
Go on, Sean.
This is an honest-to-God question, and I wonder if anybody else feels this way. I have a wad of tobacco in my lip because if we're going to talk about the Republicans, I need the nicotine. But the thing about it that I've noticed is the Republicans are more like people that I would want to set fire to.
Oh, you terrorists!
Hang out
terrorists. That's it.
However, whoa, time out.
You'll grow out.
I'm not advocating the violence because they're the kind of people. But I'm saying, as far as people in my life that I could just burn away and not give two shits if they ever exist,
you'll grow out.
Those are those kind of people.
You'll grow out of it. It'll be okay, my brother.
You'll be fine. Alright, so yeah, but okay, we don't need to literally listen to it. I will admit that because it is kind of insane. But what we are gonna do is just watch it, and if you want to listen to it, be my guest. But I'm gonna tell you, this is the most watched, most tweeted shit right now on the fucking internet. And if you think I'm not gonna let that be the case, then you're fucking mental.
I am fucking crazy once a day at least.
You gotta understand, this is gonna give us the information about who's gonna be the next candidate for the supreme being on the planet. Which
I'm fucking rage quitting. Fuck this.
You rage quit. I didn't even put any fucking volume on it. I put
You made Tommy rage quit.
Before we get to the whole debate thing, there's still one more thing.
No, I'm just gonna put it in the background. We can still debate other shit. That's fine.
Well, whatever. That's fine.
Dude, they're gonna flag us.
See, Tommy didn't rage quit. He's back. He's not that.
I know.
They're
gonna flag us.
Yeah,
they can't flag us for that. They can't flag us for that.
Yeah, they will. We can't have live dicks on YouTube. We can't. They're gonna flag us.
Like a proper dick, like a vagina.
No, you don't get the joke. Come on, stop. You're just ruining the joke now.
No, I'm not. I'm just trying to show you.
Mute your mic and stop talking.
This is interesting. Look at Donald. It just makes me laugh. It's just so hilarious. Look at some of the comments.
It's as interesting as watching my dog take a shit.
So this is Bash Trump debate. Oh my god, I can't wait because they had like two, right? They had like two.
Any viewers, this is what happens when comedy dies.
Hold on,
right.
Wait, no, hold on, wait.
Especially when stops talking or starts talking. I mean, sorry.
Okay. No, hold on.
Sorry, you're too slow. You're not doing your job quick enough.
No, I am. But I'm just saying
you
can't ignore what's going on right now in
We're
the
not
real
ignoring
world.
it, man. But I'm trying to fucking follow a path here, and you're ruining the path.
Oh, fucking hobbits! I fucking hate them.
You're dude, we're pulling this thing in like the bronze medalists at the Special Olympics. Let's get this shit together.
Look at him, kid.
That's right.
You know I say that joke, and a buddy of mine who actually competed in the Special Olympics laughs his ass off.
Nice.
Every fucking time I say it. But you gotta understand, I grew up with some weird people. Like, I had a buddy of mine who had gotten meningitis when he was a young kid. His parents were missionaries in Brazil. So David has kind of like a gimpy arm, and he walks with a limp. And when I started talking to him, I was like, David, I'm getting tired of calling you David. You don't want to be known as Dave. What should I call you? Just call me Crippy Shit.
Okay.
So I grew up in like this weird pocket of Indiana where it was like everyone I knew was liberal as fuck, and everybody else is like, you need Jesus, and I still went into ministry. Don't know how that happened, but yeah, it's a weird fucking area to be in.
Yeah, once you're in Christ Jesus, you're in for good. There's no way out.
Oh yeah, there is.
Fuck
Yeah, there is.
Just calm the fuck down. It'll be all right.
We love you, Jesus.
Well, I have a proposition.
Oh,
I think that we should ban the criticism of religion.
I
That
think
will fix all of the world's problems. I agree with my Saudi Arabian friend here.
What?
That we should. He goes by the name of Abdul Majid Al Omari. And
yeah, I was thinking that was his name too. Oh, fucking hell, Megan Kelly's the host.
Intuitively, I knew that was his name.
What the fuck, but Megan Kelly's the host? It's Donald Trump.
I love that shirt.
Trump. Come on. Is anybody watching this other than me?
Dude,
No, I'm not.
No, we're not.
Fucking
I'm trying to host the
hilarious.
fucking show. I'm trying to host the show. I'm not paying attention to the fucking debate.
I don't. Seriously, I don't give a fuck what they're gonna say.
You shouldn't give a fuck. One of these fucking idiots is gonna be your president, you
No,
twat.
it's not.
No, it's
No
not.
one gives a
No, they're
fuck
not.
about me if you fucking don't.
No, they're
Okay.
not.
Something that we've never heard of.
Stizor, they're not. They're not. They keep up their stupidity, especially this fucking clown.
Look at him.
And they're not going to be a president.
It's a circus,
Hell no.
man.
16
It's a
golf
circus.
courses
And
in
if
the
they
USA
do,
and
they do.
worldwide.
If they do, I'm going to
Listen.
defect.
Stizer, you're watching the circus.
Don't be
I'm not
afraid.
listening, but I am what I'm just trying to show you the animation. Look at him
I
just
know
waving
what's
his hands around
happening.
like
I planned to talk about it, but
Everything
later.
is on time.
yeah, well,
later.
it's right there now, dude. You can
But I'm not watching it now. I can't see it now, and I'm not looking at your screen, and I don't watch it right now.
Everything.
Oh shit!
It's on time. Everything is on time.
I don't have to hear what he says. Just looking at him talk is
Exactly.
just...
Fuck what is.
Okay.
Remember the
Whoa,
voice
whoa,
of
whoa,
Charlie
whoa,
Brown?
whoa. One
That's
at
what I
one
hear
at a
with that.
time.
I fucking hate Mexicans. They're all rapists and everyone's.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Jesus, I have seen more organization out of monkeys trying to fuck a football. Come on, stay on topic. So we've got somebody watching. Who the fuck?
We
I'm
can't.
not even looking.
Here, I'll
It's the
explain why we
fucking
can't.
debate,
I'll
it's
explain why
live.
we can't stay on
We
topic.
are famous.
Stizer's brain is retarded, and
No,
when he gets
I like
fixated on
politics.
one idea, when he gets fixated on one idea, he just wants to do that one thing. He's like a
only
little
showing
kid.
the fucking video. I'm not doing anything. I could play the fucking sound, but I'm not.
You know, the good part about this, we it gives everybody a little bit of time to, kind of introduce everybody's self while he fillets politicians. Realistically, I know no one here. I don't even, other than the asshole on the end watching politics, I don't really know anyone here. This is my first time here.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been with you all this time, and you still don't know me? My
Well,
I love that song.
What's with the BTB? What's BTB, Stizor?
BTB is Beyond the Bullshit, baby.
Oh, Beyond the Bullshit. Okay, thank you.
This is our show tonight. We're doing the Beyond the Bullshit. I will say I'm only playing this in the background. It's not supposed to be a debate. I just want to show that it's happening now. It's obviously going to be an interesting topic.
Yeah, but did you notice what channel you got broadcasting here? You got Fox
Dude,
News.
you want to here? Can I explain something? Can I explain something to you guys? Let me explain something real quick.
Well,
you know how?
it's-
No,
you
no. Let me
can't
explain
debate
something.
on it.
I just want to say this real quick. You know
Yeah.
how serious people are taking this right now? People have made bingo cards on the internet with certain phrases, and they're playing this bingo game with this debate to see how many buzz phrases or buzzwords
Awesome.
get used during the debate. So
Trust the
that's
process.
how serious. That's how serious people are taking this debate. That's
Yeah.
just I just wanted to
And
point that out.
if one of these
So
fucks
they're making
gets elected, I'm
bingo
pretty
cards.
sure Iran's going to take it serious too.
Oh yeah, Rand.
No, if one of the motherfuckers win, I'm moving to the UK. That's
Exactly.
it.
You got to understand, as funny as it looks for the people of the world, it's not funny. This is the country with the most nuclear weapons and the biggest military budget on the planet. This is not funny. This is actually deadly serious. It sounds funny because they want it to be,
No,
but
it is
these
funny.
fuckers are deadly serious. If
It's
one of
okay.
these fucking ass clowns become president, there's gonna be a war. I hope you know that shit.
It's gonna be either Hillary Clinton or the other guy.
No, it's gonna be fucking Bernie Sanders. If the
Yeah,
American people
that too.
fucking
Yeah, it's
wake
gonna be
up.
one of those two. So
Bernie,
people really have nothing to worry about.
Bernie. Yeah, if you watch my show, you know. Well, not my show, co-host show, whatever. The fuck, it doesn't matter.
No, dude.
My side of the fucking show votes
You
for
rock it
Bernie
all.
Sanders.
Hey,
I vote Bernie Sanders.
tomorrow
watching this.
you might wake up.
Yeah, I'm propagandizing Bernie Sanders.
Bullshit me. You're looking down the throat of death every day. Don't be freaking out about next year president bullshit.
These guys are fucking crazy.
If we wake up tomorrow, it's a good day.
If
That's
Bernie
what-
Sanders is the president, it's a good fucking day.
Okay, great. Let's please move on. Like seriously, I am.
Alright.
already
So
bored.
what was the next on the agenda?
This is seriously not an entertaining conversation at all.
Well, it is for me because I like
Unless
politics.
we're gonna sit here and rip on Donald Trump for the next hour.
Oh,
I
fuck
really
that.
have no interest
We
in
can
having
talk
this
about the fucking
conversation.
buggers again if you want. Not that the fucking
No, that's
interest
over.
on
We
the world
moved on
stage.
from that. That's finished, man.
Well, I'm pretty sure the election of the president of the United States is more important than the fucking Duggars.
Is this
So-
the election? I don't think this
Yes,
is the
it's
election.
the fucking primaries. Why do you think they're all talking to each other? These guys are fucking vying to be the president of the United States.
No,
That's
it's
why they're
not.
having
It's
a
the
debate.
first debate.
It's the first debate, dude.
Yes, which is the primaries, you fucking ass clown, which is how they get fucking
No,
nominated.
it's no,
by
no,
the-
no, 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 no,
Whoa,
no,
whoa.
no. Whoa, no.
Whoa, chicken little. Whoa.
No, what?
Let's not.
No,
over-
that's not how the primaries are a good ways away.
Yeah,
This
these
is- this is-
these fuckers are trying to get there.
No, but we're not even close to the primaries
We're
yet,
not
man.
even close.
Alright,
This
can you
is
tell
the
me when
first
the primaries
debate.
start?
Next year.
Yeah, what fucking month is it?
Dude,
No,
we're
it's not-
August,
it's not
August
November,
right
for
now,
fuck's
man.
sake.
It's August right now. You still have fucking till like
Yeah.
January, February.
Do you know
There's
how long
still
it
so
takes?
much
Do you know how
time.
long it takes the United Kingdom to elect
No,
somebody?
but
Fucking.
20
It takes.
fucking
We're not
minutes.
talking about the United Kingdom, man.
Yeah.
We're talking about the process of the U.S. fucking shit. Okay,
Yeah,
it takes a long time.
Which is why every American gets pissed because it's always every 2 fucking years. It's
Well,
every
don't-
2 years from fucking Congress and the Senate, kind of. I wouldn't say the Senate, but whatever. In case you
What
want
are you
to fucking-
criticizing now? What
Every
is
other
going
fucking
on?
year, it's
What's
an
happening
election
here?
year.
Limit the
happening?
over talking, please. Limit the over talking. Okay, one at a time.
If you don't think this is important, fine. But it's got beyond the bullshit. This isn't bullshit. This is something serious. If you
Oh,
think
this is the-
if
no,
you
this is the
think
bullshit.
Buggers are more important than this fucking primary, I don't know what to say.
Shy,
You are
shy,
not
shy,
political
shy.
in any
You finished
instance in my
talking about
brain.
the Duggars a long time ago.
Yeah, which are not even close to important as this fucking retard.
Well, what they did,
What's
did
his
is
name?
quite
Do you know what that guy's
horrible.
name is? Do you know what that guy's name is? Do you know
One
who
at
he
a
is?
time. One at a time.
His name's fucking Huckabee. Do you know what he stands for? No, because you don't pay attention. So please
Tyler,
pay
you're-
attention
Tyler,
to fucking
you're
important
ruining-
shit.
You're ruining what's supposed to be.
No, these people
It's
will
okay.
blow shit up and you don't even realize it. They will blow a run up and you will be
This
sitting there
is
going,
just the
well, I
beginning.
hate it.
Overrated.
It's just
You know,
the
it's not.
beginning. Okay. It's just the
Mike
beginning.
Fuckabee.
Yeah, exactly.
Mike-
This fucker doesn't give a fuck because he wants to talk about fucking 19 fucking kids.
No. Mike Huckabee has a snowball's chance in hell of going anywhere.
Right.
The
like
only
the people
way-
that, like,
The only way a Republican could win is if there is so much fucking infighting between Hillary and Bernie Sanders supporters that they slip through the fucking cracks.
Ain't
not
gonna happen.
happening.
Ain't gonna
It's
happen.
not happening.
Screwed up
Bernie
as that
Sanders is gonna win.
gonna happen.
Bernie Sanders is gonna do the exact
So then
same.
what is the point of watching this? Why watch this debate if you already
Because
know
these
Bernie
are the
Sanders?
opposition. These
No,
are the
but they're not
people.
going-
I'm sorry, but don't you understand? These people who are in charge right now, these fuck brains, these control Congress and the fucking Senate. These fucking idiots, not the
Right.
Democrats. These fucking ass clowns do.
No, the Koch brothers do.
Yeah, well, technically them, but they're Republicans, so it's the same fucking.
God.
I don't,
Okay.
know if you like politics, but I fucking do, and these things are fucking important for me. I know it's not a fucking joke, but it's not a joke.
I've
for me.
noticed how many shrines have you built to debates in your house already for this shit?
And
Not
I'll
even.
keep building them.
He's got like
Especially
a
every
big picture of the Queen like holding a fire.
God bless you.
Hey,
like a candle around it and shit.
I actually have a question about the Queen. This is something I've always wanted to know, and I've never known a British person to ask.
Well, answer you mean, not ask. Answer.
Well, yeah, answer. But no, I've never known a fucking British person. You're literally the first fucking British person I've ever talked to.
God bless.
All right, Queen Belly. Come on, get on.
So has she always had the look of I need to be fucked hard since like 1975?
She's probably been fucked hard since 1975.
Every time I see that woman, she's just like, I want to kill people.
She probably does, but she's not allowed to, thank fuck.
Thank God you're not the queen.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. I'm just saying how it appears to me. I'm the most level-headed guy in the world. I don't give two shits what anybody does.
Every time I seen Judge,
as long as they leave me alone,
like he wants the fucking vodka.
What about a mercy fuck? Have you ever heard of that?
She doesn't need to. She's the queen. She's German. She gets plenty of pull.
God bless the queen. She
no. That bitch needs a mercy fuck.
She's got plenty of fuck. She's the queen. She pays people to fuck and then leave.
No, I don't think she does. I really don't. She wouldn't, trust me, she wouldn't walk around with that kind of smug on her face. I can't help it.
The reason why the Queen's pissed off is because she has to put it with prime ministers who think they know what they're talking about when the Queen's older than a lot of them.
True.
She's the Queen. She was endowed divine with intelligence. Like these prime ministers who we elect.
Ain't nobody.
Look at him waving his hand. Look at this poor bastard waving his hand around like he knows what he's talking about. He's probably saying Jesus created homosexuals just to piss off Republicans and people clapping.
What's the next topic?
Ain't nobody got it easy.
Hold on. We did the Duggars. I think it was the Iran nuclear deal. I'm pretty surprised it doesn't come up in this debate. It should do. That's why I wanted it to be a live cast, because it coincided with my Iran topic.
I'll be back.
There's Jeb Bush. Look at Jeb Bush. Jeb Bush is like, hi, I'm a Jeb Bush. He's going to say to him, you want to nuke Iran? What? And Jeb Bush is like, he's waiting for it. He's waiting for the question.
I actually made
Look at him smiling. You know that he's smiling. Do you want to fanatically blow up Iran? Is that okay for you to blow up Iran? Well, I believe that blowing up Iran is a great idea, and women can't have the right to have an abortion.
Okay, as your friend.
Fundamentally. I put my hand in my heart. I believe it.
As your friend, stop what you're doing now. Just let it go. Just let it fucking fly, buddy.
I hate Americans, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Shit happens. It could be worse.
Fucking hell.
Tragic.
Ah!
Go on, Patrick. You do it, dude. You do it for the masses.
Oh, Jesus.
That's not me. That's Patrick. That's not me.
Oh, shit.
I've got no volume. That's not me. Patrick's listening to the debate. I'm going to watch it later on C-SPAN or some shit.
No,
because
but really...
You fucktards won't allow me to actually debate it on a live hangout because we're the only channel that apparently isn't doing it. Every other live... Sam Cedar, the Young Turks, every other fucking channel is doing this live, apart from us sad motherfuckers, because we want to talk about whether the Duggars have got a vagina. I mean, come on. Seriously, it's beyond the bullshit and we're talking about nonsensical bollocks when this is important. It's Donald Trump. How can it not be important? Are the United States going to literally elect this ass clown with the fucking hair in his face as the president of the United States?
Yeah, here comes the big
the fucking Duggars? Come on. This is important. These fuckers will gut the NASA program and science because they're all Christian right-wing fucking bellends. This is important for the world.
It may be important, but the thing is they're not going to do
it. It is.
I agree. I agree, but the thing is it's kind of, Wendy's philosophy.
No, Wendy's... every single internet right now is going, let's look at the fucking Comedy Central, which is the Republican debate. It's Comedy Central right now. How the fuck did Donald Trump even get on the fucking panel? That's Comedy Central. Are you fucking kidding me? For anybody with a brain, this is Comedy Central.
I totally agree. However,
Donald Trump. How the fuck did the guy out of The Apprentice become the fucking front-running the Republican Party to be the president?
Simple. He took a lot of, yeah, we love our guns, woohoo! Stupid motherfuckers that don't do anything but get really loud and won't vote. Donald Trump and even the young Turks say the same thing.
Okay, then how did he get on the stage if people don't vote? How did he get on that stage?
Poll numbers.
Yeah, and he does the fucking polls.
Polls, but that's a big difference in America from going to vote. A lot of where he's showing support are well-regulated areas where people are like, yeah, I usually don't vote. Now, the problem is you got to think about it. There are people in the Republican Party like Jeb Bush, Scott Walker, people that aren't as bad as Trump, that are going to start to win over the more level-headed people that aren't, let's fuck everybody up and then take
level-headed? What candidate in the Republican is level-headed? They're all fucking ass clowns. Oh my God.
I agree, but I'm saying there are level-headed for some of them. To say that they're not all level-headed it's wrong. I know there are some people that I know.
Are you listening to what Donald Trump's saying?
Yeah,
he's saying the stupid leaders and
Stein. Oh my God. I was listening to him. The only way I was able to listen to him was to turn down my audio so that I can stop hearing you.
Right.
You were drowning him out.
Have you listened to him, Patrick?
I'm saying yes, I was listening to him. But the only way I was able to do that was to lower the volume on the stereo on the computer because you were talking through the whole thing.
Yeah, because I would prefer to play through this system.
You were yelling through the whole thing.
Yeah, because it's like fucking Joseph's like, well, let's talk about the Duggars. I
wasn't saying let's talk about the Duggars, dude. I said I have another thing that we should talk about and move on.
Which is more interesting than fucking the Donald Trump issue.
Yes, Donald Trump is a fucking clown.
Alright, then, well, I'll shut up. I'll shut up and listen to that shit that I think's important, and you can talk about complete fucking bollocks.
Yes, I will talk about complete fucking bollocks.
There you go then. So end the story. So you talk shit and invite people in the room to talk about fucking non-issues, and now what's the fucking American fucking primary fucking debate?
So the non-issue
the rest of the fucking world are watching, apart from your family, because it's not fucking that important.
Because it's not important, yeah.
But we'll see by the Twitter feed and all the reactions on the media tomorrow, while we just debate about complete shit.
Right. So the next thing I wanted to bring up was the Saudi Arabian thing. Was this guy in Saudi Arabia wants to call the world to ban criticism of religion. Now, the reason why I found this interesting is because it's pretty much all we do here on Google Plus is criticize religion, and I think that sets kind of a dangerous precedent for criticism of ideas in general. And I just wanted to bring that up in lieu of what Stizer was saying because he's so angry it's a non-issue. But I find this to be actually a very big issue. It's very similar to, the whole homosexuality thing and things like that, because then you start having people set the rules for who you criticize, how you criticize them, why you criticize them, and all those kinds of things. And I think it's not a good thing to do. I think we should be able to criticize ideas, especially if we think that they're bad ideas.
Well, it's a non-issue, right? Because, I mean, it's not a non-issue, and don't get me wrong, I'm not being like Stein. It's a non-issue in my head because that is the joke. The joke is like, oh yeah, I think we should ban all criticism on religion, and the entire American public that are atheist or even slightly, normal, laugh their fucking balls off. Because this is exactly what the control mechanism in religion is. You cannot criticize me because we are talking about God. How dare you criticize? Go fuck, go suck an egg is what I'm about to say to those people. So it's basically a non-issue because it's a joke. It's in America, it's a joke. And the Christians here, the right-wing wing nuts over here, don't think it's a joke. But to me and people like you and the normal people do realize that's a fucking joke.
Right, and this gentleman's issue seems to be he wants like limits on what would violate and abuse religious rights and ideas. And I don't think speaking about something or opposing it or having criticisms of it would kind of separate you from everybody else. It's just I think that you have a bad idea. It's just like anyone else would hold any other idea. and you'd criticize it.
Well, the second, if that even starts to happen, if the fucking, excuse my French on that, I didn't realize this was live. If that even starts to happen, and it is a little worrisome to me, because I've been fighting against that since I started on Facebook and then now on Google.
Right.
As Sty says, the fucking clowns that we have in Congress right now are a bunch of religious wingnuts. And it is a little scary to think that this could happen if it's a slow process and if we're losing. The very split second, not even a minute, the very split second that this even starts to happen, that we start to get worried about how we criticize religion, if that were to even start to happen, I tell you, I'm going to defect, because that's when the First Amendment gets thrown out the fucking window.
Exactly.
President Kennedy, as my Facebook group page says, I believe in an America where the separation of church and state is absolute. And that is a quote from former President Kennedy, who was apparently assassinated, possibly for those same reasons. But I won't go to the conspiracy theory side of that.
It's all a conspiracy.
It's funny he should say that, and then suddenly he gets assassinated. I don't want to go there, but it's possible. But in any case, that's where
the idea of Christians being persecuted or any religious person being persecuted in the United States, to some degree, I think that is a very cherry-picked statement on the idea of, for example, there are several places, San Francisco being one of them, where it's against the law to feed homeless people. I mean, if they catch you feeding a homeless person, they will straight up they will put your ass in jail. And the reason they say that is because, well, they don't know who's prepared the food, they don't know how it's done. In reality, what it really breaks down to is they don't want all the homeless people gathering around these areas and getting an influx of homeless people. The residents don't want it because it drives property values down. Now, that kind of stuff, if I was a Christian, would upset me. However, I fully support the idea that if somebody comes in here and says, all religion gone, you can't talk about it, no. I agree with you, Patrick. Fuck you. No, it's not going to happen that way. But also at the same time, too, I think that tightrope is a very, very delicate rope. Because with me being a comedian, when I'm on stage, nothing is out of bounds for me to make a joke about.
Right.
However, if I use my joke to try to hurt somebody else, then I'm a piss poor human being and need to go the fuck away. But I don't know. I mean, realistically, if somebody is trying to say, yeah, over there, we laugh at it over here. Yeah. However, over there, that's nothing to fucking laugh at. Because over there, there's a lot more of a extreme fundamentalist wave going through religion in that area where if you disagree with them, they're going to fucking kill you. And that's a real, to me, that's one of those things where anything like that we need to watch. Because if any religion can use the law to kill other people or silence other people, then it doesn't need to happen.
Right, and that would be the next step in this whole banning criticism, because it's like you can't really stop people from saying anything, so the next step they would have to take is, well, let's legislate it then. Right? And if you get enough people on board with that, which I think
totally agree.
I think in America that wouldn't be too hard.
I totally
and I think
agree, Patrick.
In places like Saudi Arabia, that wouldn't be too hard either. But yeah, you would have to take that next step, because you just can't stop someone from saying something. You can by threat of violence, but then that wouldn't make your religion look very good now, would it?
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree, Patrick. And the thing that I'm so lucky, because where I grew up at in the Midwest, if you went hungry and somebody knew you were going hungry, they'd feed you. However, when you were, by the same token, if you were another family that was in need, you tend to bond together and get like this close-knit circle of people. They might not live next door to you. They may live across town. But everybody was kind of like in that superseded web where if somebody needed something, it could get done. It might not necessarily be the most ideal, but it happened. But there are places where if you're not a religious person, you're boned. And I know that for a fact. My dad's side of the family no longer talks to me because of my belief or lack of. And that's a vast number of people. So when you start to critique religion, it's a very, very dangerous line. Like I had a video that I put up on Facebook where I compared my faith in God to my faith in a can of Coke, and it got flagged for hate speech. So.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. So I think for me, the way I look at it is there is no idea that has ever been brought up that is beyond criticism. None. And whether that's faith, whether that's, a wives' tale, whatever it is, everything needs to be criticized because it's only through criticism and testing whether we find out that it's true or not.
Right. Yeah, you can't dictate what you can and can't criticize, I don't think. I think what you can do, though, is limit how people speak about it so they're not inciting hatred or violence. But to say that you can't criticize it is kind of stupid, because then where do you draw the line on what you can and can't criticize? And who's drawing the line, and what are they using to draw the line? What's their mechanism? How they determine these things, and then at that point, I think it becomes like arbitrary and cultural, and it starts to become almost like moral relativism in the sense that, oh yeah, well we just decide like it's like this over here because this is how it is, kind of thing. And I don't like that. It's an uncomfortable position to put people in, and I don't think that we should be afraid to criticize things. I think it should be welcomed. Criticism should be welcomed. It shouldn't be demonized or put down.
It should not only be welcome, and it should be. It shouldn't be even questioned that that's the way it should be. I'm hoping that you can see this now. Windows 10 has a little bit of a problem trying to screen share pictures now. I got the new Windows 10, so I had to go and share the entire screen.
Oh,
can you see this?
Yeah.
Can you see it? Good. All right. I tried to share the. I tried to share the picture, but it didn't work. I thought it would work this time, but it didn't work. I had to share the entire screen. But yeah, he actually said this, and you can actually find the video in a speech before he was assassinated where he actually said this. So this is what I would consider a good meme for anybody who's in my last hangout about memes.
That's awesome. Well, see, I know with myself, like, I had a conversation with a buddy of mine, and I'll kind of caveat it with what we're talking about. I literally had to explain to a buddy of mine who is 5 years older than myself the definition of what a theory and what a hypothesis was. See, he was under the impression that a theory was a hypothesis.
Excellent. Good for you.
So it was kind of one of those things where I felt good being able to do it, because once I stopped growing up and being in ministry, I was always told there were certain things that I could do, certain things I couldn't do. Books I could read, books I couldn't read, and if I ever had any problems or I came across any contradictions or anything, take it up with my boss, who was the head pastor. So I took it up with him, and he'd always be like, don't concern yourself with it. And then I'm finding the vast majority of it now, almost a year and a half out, is I had answers. I just had to read the books they told me I couldn't read.
Wow, that's a hell of a story. That's a shame. It goes to show everything that I'm fighting against is true. In other words, I always thought that there was like an inside thing where they tell me not being part of the church, not really knowing this, but it just seemed to me exactly what you're telling me, that there is an inside thing where they tell you what you can and cannot read, etc. And if you don't
Patrick,
believe
I could tell you shit that'll turn your hair brown. It's weird. I mean, it's one of those things, like, one of the problems that I had for myself for a long time was I felt very angry because I saw myself in all the ways that I was used, in all the ways that I did things that I would never do.
Yeah, you're saying to them in your head, you're saying, how the fuck dare you do this to me?
See, there's a person, and I don't want to tell this person who this person is because I don't want to. This girl, that's all I'm going to give, was a very open-minded person, a very free person, very care person. My boss, or one of my bosses, was like, I need you to do me this favor. I need you to act as a buffer between her and any other men because I'm going to introduce her to her husband. So my boss brought in this person. This person and her got together. I played the buffer zone. They are married, and every time I talk to this woman, even since I got out of ministry, every bit is how much she hates her fucking life. And I feel guilty. In the beginning, I felt guilty because I was half of what helped that life come to be. And when you have to look at somebody in the eye and know that you're not doing the best for them, but are told you have to do the best for them because your ass is on the line if you don't, it's a weird position to put a human in. And I know I've made far too many choices that if I had the chance to do them again, I'd change the whole fucking outcome. So yeah, it's a weird position. I mean, when you start to put people in a group and they don't necessarily blend, but the only thing they have in common is this book, and you have to find a way to tie every person in that group together by that book. It may not be the same way for everyone, but there's a way you can shoehorn shit around to make it fit. Lord knows I've done it enough.
Well, I don't mean to be the only two talking here, but yeah, it's a shame that you. I'm glad. It's good to hear that you're out of it and realize the nonsense. But it's a shame that it took you until only last year to realize that. I don't know. I don't want to be part. I don't want to be the only two people talking in this room. But yeah, it's that bad, and that's why I'm. Listen, when I got out of the religion, I wasn't even a teenager yet. But that's another story. And it's cool that people like you can sit there and tell us about how you've been hoodwinked and come out and admit it and say that this fucking pisses me off, and you know, it's a shame that it took you only till recently that it happened, but it's a good thing that it happened. So welcome to the atheist group.
Well, thank you. And I made the joke in the beginning because I'm a bigger guy that when I first stopped believing, I started losing a whole bunch of weight, and I've been losing a whole bunch of weight since then. I've been eating healthier, been exercising more, and I made the joke early on. I said, now one of two things have happened. Either I've got my second wind, I've got my metabolism under control, and I know what I'm doing, or my soul was a fat fuck. And when I first said that joke, a lot of people laughed, and then like my super religious family is like, what are you talking about? And then I had a whole shit ton of explaining to do. But I'm glad I'm out. I'm glad I'm where I'm at. I'm happier now than I've ever been. And for me, that's something I don't take lightly. My happiness is one of those things where I was always taught and raised and brought up, especially in ministry, to believe that I was going to be alone. Even if I was married, my wife could never know what I knew. And it was a very alone way to feel. So now as an atheist, I don't feel alone at all.
All I can say is one thing. You're killing me, Smalls.
My wife got me this shirt.
I love this shirt.
I used to run a PC shop in college with some friends, and I would routinely bitch at them when jobs weren't getting done, and regardless of who it was, I'd be like, you're fucking killing me, Smalls. And I'd continue to do it over the years, like when my friends would screw up. So one day Tara's like, I got you a shirt. And I was like, I love you. So yeah, love this shirt.
Yeah. Beyond the bullshit, Stein. It's not that we're not interested in the American politics and we're not laughing at them, but this is, after all, beyond the bullshit. And Smalls over there, Stark, I'm sorry.
It don't matter to me. I answer to asshole most of the time.
He sat there and gave us an interesting story about real life. And this is the shit that we're fighting against.
Right.
So
that's what beyond the bullshit means.
Fox News and everything. But we're not going to watch Fox News while this guy is giving a heartwarming, a story about how he realized the bullshit.
Right, and also it's a matter of focus, right? Like, of course I could sit here and watch the debate, but I'm trying to record an episode for viewers, right? This isn't for me. This is for people to watch and listen to, and I want to provide them content to listen to, and I can't do that if I'm focusing on a debate, and that's where I'm putting all my energy, right? So I want to get through this, and then we can commentate on the actual what's happening, but I don't want to make that the focus of what we're talking about, because there's a lot of things, there's a lot of issues that are current, and the debate is one of them, but it's not the main issue. Like, I have to disagree, Sty, when you say the whole internet and the whole planet is watching this thing. I highly doubt that. We got 3 people here who aren't. My girlfriend's not. I got friends who aren't. You know, I could go down a whole list
in
of
the
people.
bedroom watching
I was
Cooking
enticed.
Channel.
I was enticed to turn on the TV. I just shut it off. I was enticed to turn
Right,
it on.
and I'm sure I could find a whole host of people who have no idea. Like, William didn't even know what was going on. He's an American Christian, right? So it's like I'm sure I can find a whole host of people who are not watching this at all. I'm sure the type of people who are watching it are people who are interested in it, right? That's typically the type of viewers that programs draw in, are people who are interested in the program. And I will make the point that, of course, politics is an important part to pay attention to, but not every little aspect of it. Like, we all know, we've sat here and discussed about, for the last 45 minutes about how this is a clown show and how Donald Trump is just a big joke. So the point of sitting here and actually taking this particular debate seriously, I think, is probably wasted energy. We can wait till a little later in the presidential race when things are a little more narrowed down and we can have an idea of the kind of candidates that we could potentially actually be dealing with. But right now, it's just a bunch of people standing on a platform making clowns
deciding which one.
You're not going to see half these guys. You're not going to see,
which one of these clowns is going to be the Republican candidate nominee. That's basically what it comes down to.
Right.
And hopefully, people have been smart enough or have grown smart enough by our education of them that they won't even vote Republican to begin with. But we'll worry about that bridge when we get to it.
Exactly. And we're not even anywhere near that. So this to me is kind of irrelevant. There's a little more relevant topics, a little more relevant things that have been going on in the past few weeks, man. Like, there's been tons of shit that's been going on. I would hardly say that this debate is the highlight of media right now. It's Fox News hypes it up, sure, but Fox News hypes everything up.
That's the funniest thing. The funniest thing is that it's on Fox News.
Yeah, like, they hype everything. Like, one of my favorite things about Fox News is when they had Cameron and Dame Dash on there. I don't know if anyone remembers, but Dame Dash is the CEO of Rockefeller Records, and Dame Dash is the CEO, and Cameron is one of the members of, Dipset, and it's Rockefeller affiliated. But it was just this big hype. They hyped it right up as if, like, you're gonna get this great debate between 2 hip hop artists and Bill O'Reilly. It's just that's Fox News for you. That's why I don't take Fox News seriously.
I'm glad. I forgot your actual name.
Joseph.
Joseph. Sorry.
That's going to be
because this is the actual issue. This is about the issue that I always talk about the lack of science literacy in this country, and the stupidity that goes on, and the right wing religious wingnuts trying to control what the kids get taught in school, and the bullshit that they're trying to teach them. This is the actual issues.
No, it is.
Now, if we could educate the people to realize that these clowns are especially Donald Trump, the head clown, is trying to get into the president. Hopefully, we can teach them that this is the wrong way to go.
Yeah, because these guys are going to get up on stage and just completely redirect the conversation to pure bullshit. Like we were talking, I was in Nadia's hangout earlier, and we were talking about, like, predictions of what the debate's going to be about, and a couple of people I never weighed in because I'm not American, so I don't really have proper context. But a lot of people were saying, well, I bet you there's going to be a lot of Obama bashing. Someone's going to call him a Muslim. You know, they're going to talk about gay marriage. They're going to talk about, and then I was going on earlier about how there was bingo cards that have been made.
Oh yeah.
Points that, like, you know, like this is how people are taking this debate. They're not taking it very seriously at all, and that tells me one thing, that Americans are sort of waking up a little bit. You know, they're kind of starting to get that this is all just a big show, you know, to kind of get us down to the main event. You know, it's almost like WWE. You know, you have all the preliminary matches.
It's also a bit scary, though, isn't it?
Well, it is kind of scary. It's very scary.
It's scary because some people are not like that.
Right?
Some people are actually, you know, following them as if they're the ones that they want to vote for, right?
It's taken serious. It's taken more seriously than it needs to be taken, right? And that's the big issue that I find. You know?
I think with me, growing up in a lesbian household, I can say that the idea of me being scared about this, I'm not. The reason I'm not scared is because all the shit that's going on now, I've heard before. Growing up the way I was when I was a younger child, the way people talk about gay people now, they've always talked that way about my mom. Always. I was the first one. If there was any time someone got sexually assaulted or any child got molested, I was always pulled over first and asked if I was okay. Now, these fuckers can get up there and say anything they want to say. Am I going to vote for them? Absolutely not. Every one of them, if they can't answer a basic question without chasing their own tails and trying to move the damn goalpost, then I have no sense in them. And I think it speaks a lot as far as politics go when you look at who people's biggest campaign contributors are. You look at Bernie Sanders, the most money Bernie Sanders has earned from people like me.
I really like Bernie Sanders.
A lot of people do.
I'd love to
favorite.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with Bernie Sanders is his marijuana stipulation. And the only reason I say that is because I use it for medical purposes. If I didn't use it the way I use it now, I would be on so much opiates I couldn't do.
I don't know what his stands on that is, or whatever you want to call it. However, I've watched him yell at the Treasury Secretary about what kind of asshole he is for ruining the American economy. I've watched him come out and say, you know, you're a bunch of fucking idiots, basically, and whatever, you know, not actually using the word fucking and not actually using the word idiots, but essentially that's what he did.
Yeah.
And I was like, who is this guy? Holy shit! Why isn't he president? And then he was running. I'm like, oh, good. You know, it was like I was thinking about Hillary Clinton, maybe, you know. And the other woman who's not running, apparently, which Warren, what's her name first name? Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, I would like to see her over Hillary, but I was looking at Hillary Clinton as the only other Democrat that I can think of. But when Bernie Sanders came in and started basically slapping these motherfuckers in the face, I was like, okay, he's the one. I want him.
When Hillary ran in 2008, I was in college. And I went to college late in life because where I grew up, if they didn't think you were going to go to college, they didn't tell you shit about it. It wasn't until I was dating a girl who was going to college and she told me about FAFSA, financial aid, all of that shit. So I went, and at my university, Bill was speaking, trying to drum up publicity and voters for Hillary. And right before we got settled in, we were in the frickin' gymnasium of what used to be the PE center at the university I went to. I'm not sure if they've torn it down yet. They were talking about it. And it was dead quiet, and somebody's phone rings. And it's Dave Chappelle going, "I'm rich, bitch!" And Bill, right before he speaks, gets right up the mic and goes, "I reckon he's rich, bitch." And it was done. I was like, I'm not voting for your wife, but that was fucking funny. So, I mean, the thing with politics, American politics in particularly, especially the debate, is it very much is a horse and pony show. And I'm not into equestrian shit. I'm not into horses. I'm not into ponies. The only experience I've ever had around a pony was I got kicked and got my ribs broke.
Well, listen, I'm 56 years old. I was alive and in grammar school, I think.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, okay. I can only take
When President Kennedy was assassinated.
I can only take like 20 minutes of that crazy shit. It was so
terrible.
It's like every time I spot is like slamming my head. Two good points though.
I'm invisible.
Ron Paul had a big argument with the fat guy, and then Donald Trump opened his mouth and then attacked everybody and was saying, "I pay all you guys, bitches."
Holy shit! I'm gonna smoke a cigarette while you go yell at people.
It's fucking insane. How would nobody not want to watch it?
Fucking go down to about a 4.
It's crazy.
Oh.
Well, for the very reasons that you just described is why most people don't want to watch it.
now that I got thoroughly interrupted, can I finish what I was saying?
No,
say what you're saying, Pat.
We're joking, Paddy.
So I'm 56 years old, so I was, alive and being a grammar school kid, when Kennedy was assassinated, and I also was in grammar school when Martin Luther King was assassinated. So I just want to let you know that politics can be interesting, and it does go back for me. And I just didn't realize how important the religious thing was until after I was out of school. But the thing is I don't know, Stizer just blew the idea out of my head. The thing is that there's also this the internet and everything has changed the playing field. So it's good for everybody and it's bad for everybody. So it depends on which way the scale runs. But
hey Patrick, I have a question.
Sure.
One thing that I'm learning as an atheist is never not ask a question if you have it, because you don't know when you might get the second time.
I'll try to answer if I can.
Well, you were. You said you were alive when Kennedy was assassinated. So was my mom. And so was a couple of other people I know. And every one of them says they can remember clearly where they were at when they heard. My mom said she was in English class. My history teacher said he was in math. He said, the teacher said, our teacher, or the president has been shot, turned on the news, and just everybody went. I'm interested because that kind of thing, a tragedy like that, and what happens, especially beyond my time, like the only tragedy that I have seen in my lifetime, aside from like, oh my God, that's horrible, but mass, would be September 11th. And I know for me, I remember where I was at.
That's a good question. Sometimes I remember certain specifics more than I remember others. So remind me the exact year that was.
Kennedy, was it 56?
No.
Or was it 50?
It's got to be later than that. I was born in 59.
So, yeah, it was 60, was it 60, 63? Damn it, I gotta Google now.
It sounds like right. Because I think I was not in grammar school just yet. I was 4 years old in 63.
Hold on, I'll look it up.
So it depends on what part of the year it was. I do remember crying, though. I remember seeing it on the TV, whether it was in a schoolhouse or whether it was in my little living room on a black and white TV. I do remember crying.
My freaking phone's being slow as hell. Yeah, November 22nd, 1963.
Okay, so I was 4.5 years old. I probably was not in school yet. So therefore, I must have been in a 4.5-year-old kid being in a house. It must have been on a black and white TV. I saw it, and I do remember crying. I don't remember exactly where I was, but I do remember crying.
See, my mom said similar.
I remember thinking to myself, how could this be? I didn't know what to make of it, and I just, because I was so confused, being only 4 years old, of course, I just started crying, and I wasn't sure why I was crying. I just knew that this was a bad thing. You know, and I actually like the guy. You know, he reminded me of a fatherly kind of. You know, I'm a fucking baby, right? I'm 4 years old.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I remember being home on September 11th and my mom making me turn on the TV. I was sick with the flu. And I remember throwing up shortly after, not because I was nauseous, but because of my first thought. And granted, you know, some would say, well, that's because of your faith. It had nothing to do with my faith. My original thought was, oh my God, all those people. How the hell can one person or a group of people think it's okay to kill that many people?
It makes me sick, these conspiracy theorists that, oh, it was an inside job. I hate this shit. And I don't like to use this, but I do occasionally. Usually only with the people that are conspiracy theorists, but I'm going to tell you, since you've been so honest and forthright with me, I'm going to tell you that the first attempt to take down one of those towers, which failed, was a bomb a couple years before that.
I remember that.
My sister was in one of those towers. Was in that tower.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she used to work there. So.
I bet that's scared.
It's not a conspiracy. It's not an inside job. There was actually terrorists trying to do this to us for many years. The signs were there. We can blame certain politicians for not realizing the signs, and we can blame all these people for fucking up or not seeing the signs. But it was not an inside job. It was fucking planes running into the goddamn thing, and it was et cetera, so forth and so on. Whether or not you want to blame somebody for not seeing the signs, that's okay. You know, that's probably true. You know, why didn't we know if there was a bomb 2 years before in one of the towers? Why didn't we know that there was something going on here? So, yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna go smoke that cigarette now. I'll be right back.
You know, I think being an American, and I know Joseph, you said you're not. I don't know where you're from. Where are you from? Oh, great, he ain't listening. So I'm alone. But no, being an American, the one thing though that really gets me is when you know, any time we get attacked or anything, something bad happens, it has to be something huge for us to seem to get off our ass and give a shit about one another, which I'm glad to see that that's kind of changing over time. It's gotten a lot better than it used to be. But I really get frustrated that we can have a country where one day we're swept up by what color is a goddamn dress, and the next one we're upset that a big game hunter killed a lion. Yeah, it's horrible that the lion fucking died. It is. It's without reproach. You shouldn't be killing something that's that few of. But once you strip away all the facade and everything else, you realize it's a lion, and that lion, given a chance, would fucking eat you. Now I'm saying, if you want to go hunt a lion, get a spear, and you and the lion one-on-one. If you don't want to do that, then don't fucking play. I mean, that's just how I feel on that subject. And I am still alone. Where the fuck is everybody?
I'm back.
Okay. I just monologued for like 10 fucking minutes, it seemed.
Nice.
I shoehorned that bitch together. I used to be a pastor.
Well, I think now we can move on to whatever. The room's open for people who ever want to come in now, in case you weren't sure before. The room is open, so the link, I believe Stizer put the link on the video, on the live video, and in the event page. Yeah, so if you want, you can join up. I sent it out. Patrick, you can send out the link.
Patrick's smoking, so when he gets back,
is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were talking about Kennedy, and then I shoehorned it in to talk about how, and maybe you can, even though you said you're not from America, where are you from?
I'm from Canada.
Well, that's fucking fine. It's close enough.
Yeah.
Our shit affects you anyway. But
Exactly.
I go with the one thing that pisses me off or depresses me as an American, and it's better now than it was when I was a kid. But I'm seeing a lot of it that it takes some big fucking disaster, like 9/11 or somebody nerve gassing fucking 40,000 people for us to do shit about it.
Right.
And it's getting better. Like, there's more things for people to be like, okay, that's kind of cool. I'm all right. And, oh, shit, my fellow man needs help. We're getting better with that. But America, one of the things I don't like, and I'm going to use a big word, and some of my people that may watch it are going to be like, what the fuck did he say? Look it up. America, in my opinion, is not as egalitarian as it needs to be. I'm not saying we need to forego everything and do shit for people when it's void of all common sense. No. But I'm saying, you know, is when people aren't treated equal, any people. I mean, the Constitution was written so that when people wanted to come into this country, they saw it as a beacon of hope and light, and now they don't. Now they see it as, God, I can stay here and get fucked, or I can go over there.
Right.
And that bothers me. That pisses me off. Because, I mean, most of the people I know aren't like that. And the ones that are like that are dickheads, and I don't talk to them.
Well, it's either the politicians aren't actual representatives of the people, or the people who don't feel this way, like what you're talking about, aren't speaking up enough, right? Or they're not voting enough, or something. There's some disconnect that's going on.
Well, I know being I'm an uncle. I have multiple nieces and nephews, and some are in school, some are not. And one of the things for me that really, hearing the news, that really caught my interest was in my own home state of Indiana, in Fort Wayne. There was a child who was playing with some friends, and he said he was an atheist on the playground at school, and made a little girl cry. She got pissed off, told the teacher's aide, and the teacher's aide not only ridiculed him and let the other students ridicule him, but made this poor child sit at lunch by himself for like 3 days alone because he could offend somebody. And the ACLU, you know, filed a suit. The only thing about the kid they released is that his name's AE. And that's it. And to me, that blows my fucking mind. Because if I was a parent and that happened to my child, I would be in school in a hot damn minute.
Right.
So, I mean, what do you guys think?
I just want to clarify and make sure, just in case anybody here misunderstood. I don't remember which tower she was in, whether she was in the one that was bombed or not, but the tower, it was back in the late 1990s, and there was an attempt. There was a van that drove up, and there was a bomb in it, and whatever. The point is, it was not 2001.
Is there more Trade Center bombing?
Yeah, the 1990s
was the first one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that was when that happened.
I was 10.
She's alive and well as can be expected. She actually has MS, and she no longer travels to work. But in any case,
my mom has MS.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah, she was not in the when they ran the planes, and so it was back in 1990 something when she was there. So I just wanted to clarify that in case anybody misunderstood, because I think the last time I mentioned it, somebody did misunderstand, and I just didn't want to hype it in any way.
Yeah.
You know those fact Nazis. They're always checking those facts.
Just want to make sure that you got the facts, Jack.
You know the thing about fact Nazis? They can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. And
yeah, it depends if you're right or wrong, right?
Well, it's kind of like one of the things that I was talking about before I started doing stand-up was about getting up the nerve to go up and do it in front of people. And I said, shit, I can do it in front of a group of total strangers. Chances are I'll never see them again in my fucking life. I do something stupid in front of my friends or family, they'll let me know.
Right. That's actually primarily one of the reasons why I don't get embarrassed in public easily, because it's like, I'm never going to see these people. I don't know these people.
See, it's... I'm not sure. I'm going to mention a band
well,
name.
I don't know about that. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I don't know about that. But if you Google my name, or if you Google anything that we're talking about, my face comes up, and it's just it's a scary thing to see on the first Google search for my face to come up.
It's because it's linked to your Google stuff that you do. So anytime you search something on Google that pertains to something and you're involved in it, you will come up in the search. But if I search
it's a little scary,
It'll come up if I search it.
Yeah, it's a little scary. I started to notice it a couple of years back.
Yeah, a lot of sites are doing that, and it's kind of creepy. Like what they'll do is like it's like an automatic system where they like do what you like and your favorites and who your friends are and what your friends like, and then all of a sudden it'll just like generate these potential things recommended for you, And I noticed that too, like 3-4 years ago, and I was like, this is kind of creepy, man. That means like the internet is monitoring me.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So it's like,
But
everything I like.
My picture, my picture, it's one of the things I do, and yet I'm actually a private kind of person. This Google Plus Hangout thing is something that I've been doing that's been totally obliterating my so-called privacy.
I know.
So
I'm the same damn way.
This is my picture, and I use this for Facebook. I use it for Google. I use it for everything.
Right.
And it's very easy for that picture to just come right up. So that's it.
I can take that picture, Photoshop it, put it in some video editing program, and by next week you'll be in a Drake video.
Yeah, well, people have done that to me already. So Bunto Stifler is one of them. So
you know, though, the weird thing about this is like I can come up here and I can talk to any one of you about anything, and feel perfectly fine. Now, when we start getting to surfaces, like I can even talk about my time in ministry, pros and cons. However, when that was first new to me and it was still on the surface, people would start talking about it. And when I made my first video, I was like, how the fuck am I going to make another video? Everything else feels so personal. And my wife's like, what do you have to do with an idiot buying a $650 million whatever? I was like, you got a point. Fuck him. But I know with myself, like, I don't mind if people know me. However, if people start telling me intimate details about my life, that it screws with me. Like, I did a podcast and I set it to, I gave out the link to a guy at my local tobacco shop. And I was in there buying my usual stuff. And he's like, dude, is your mom really a lesbian? I was like, how the hell did he know that? So then he's like, yeah, I watched it on video. You said your mom was a lesbian. I was like, yeah. He goes, sweet. I was like, dude, that's my mother.
Well, PSA for everybody, public service announcement. Recently on the internet, something went viral where this hacker actually hacked into a woman's laptop, into her webcam, and took photos of her in her house and sent them to her. Now, the thing that I was wondering is, did he do this and send them to her to kind of show her that, hey, anyone can do this, or was he trying to creep her out? But the point being is, if your computer is not on, just let me finish this real quick. If your computer is on, or you leave it on, or such things, as I do right now, I have my webcam covered up. Or if it's a separate webcam, unplug it. Just cover it up, because people are fuckwits. They will hack your computer. They will do things to you, and they will expose you in ways that you really wouldn't like. So just a PSA for people. It wasn't a joke. It was actually legitimate. I looked right into it, and this lady was quite afraid by this because she didn't know what to do, because there's no perpetrator. Like, how do you find this perpetrator?
No shit.
This is like a person just with like technical skills beyond, the everyday person. So, and he just hacked her computer, took pictures of her, sent them to her. That was the creepy part. He sent the pictures to her.
That is creepy. I mean, one word of advice.
The photos, just one last thing, just to kind of add impact to what it was. The photos were of her in her bed with her kid, like ready to go to bed. So it's proof that like for me, it's not proof, but it's a good inclination to show me that this is not bullshit. This person actually did this, because she was ready to go to bed, and there was a series of photos. But sorry, go ahead, Patrick.
Yeah, just one word of advice. First of all, for people out there that get the cable modem from the Comcast cable or whatever, and don't use a router, get yourself a fucking router. Even if you still only have one computer in the house, get yourself a router.
Okay, here's a question.
The router itself actually is a blockade for incoming. That's even without the protection. The other thing is, I don't know, since I actually got a webcam, which is I only had since for a couple months now. Sometimes you'll see me come on and you only see this. You know that even though I think that I'm pretty safe and I'm pretty secure and all that stuff, I sometimes forget to take this cover off, and all of a sudden you'll be talking to me and I'm like, oh, I forgot to take the cover off, and you'll see me do this. That's why I do that. because there are those who know more about computers than I do.
Yeah.
You never know.
See, my major in college bounced around a lot because I got out of ministry. Well, I got fired for the second time. First time I got fired, I actually got fired for going to college. My mom, like I said earlier, had MS, and the university they wanted me to go to was 4 hours up north and would have been $40,000 a year, and they weren't going to help me pay for it. Or the college that I wanted to go was 3 hours west of me, and I could be home in 3 hours if I need to be. So I got fired for that, and then the second time I got fired for youth group because I threatened one of the youth group leaders because he threatened one of the kids, and that didn't bode well with me. And as payback, the fucker married my cousin. So
interesting.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought he was done. I was gonna say here's an example. This time my face didn't show up, but if I search projecting the sun, because I know I have those videos up, my face doesn't show up. But I don't know if you can see my screen right now. But this very second video is mine. That's my telescope. The third video is mine. That's my telescope. The fifth video is mine, I think. Yeah, it is. The sixth one is. And then I scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, that's it. So like the first, I mean that is the second, the third, the fifth, and the sixth videos on the Google search. If you click on videos, is mine. If it's just on the web, that's another story. I'm not sure which one of these is mine. I'd have to look. But sometimes my entire face would just show up on the first shot, depending on what you're looking for. But in any case, I just wanted to point that out. It's just the funniest thing. And if you plug up chess, learn how to play chess, you may actually see my face. Or at least
it bothers the way apps and shit are set up nowadays. With like, I watched something on YouTube from AJ Plus. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him or not.
No.
However, they look them up. They have some kind of interesting videos. But one of the ones they were talking about was all the apps that use your data and how they can triangulate your whereabouts from said data. And I was like, why the fuck does my flashlight need to know where the hell I'm at? And I could see, in theory, I could see that. But then, I said that, and one of my friends was like, well, what if you're in a cave? I go, then I don't got fucking signal. Why does it need to know? But it does.
I'm listening to an audiobook now called Robo-Apocalypse, and it's about the machines becoming aware. And
like a Terminator scenario?
It is a actual Terminator scenario, and I'm still trying to determine whether or not the vision I'm seeing in my head was because I saw a movie that had to do with this book, or was it because I fall asleep to these books and the writing is good enough that it puts these pictures in my head. So after I get out of this hangout, I'm going to look this up to see if it was actually a movie that I might have seen.
Now, see, with the funny thing, like talking about that, I have a theory. Something that I've thought for a long time of why...
Now, wait a minute. Is that a theory or is that a hypothesis?
It's a hypothesis.
Oh, okay. I just want to catch you up on that.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis. Now, this is only for me, but it's been my experience that the people that freak the hell out at movies about machines becoming sentient and kicking our asses, a lot of them are devout fundamentalist Christians, and they have that innate fear in their head of like, oh, we rebelled from God, so it's only natural our shit's gonna fucking rebel from us.
Yeah, I know. But it makes for good science fiction writing.
Well, it does, but I never realized until I stopped being a person of faith and pulled myself back to go, oh, holy shit. It was never something I thought about. And, as I grow and I learn, hell, I just found somebody the other day that I wish I would have found 6 months ago. And some atheists, when I said this, are like, bad, John, you should have read it first day. I just found Christopher Hitchens. The man is brilliant. I disagree with a lot of his shit, but I agree with most of his points.
Yeah, he was a very outspoken journalist. I remember him being on TV slightly, not a lot. You know, those were the days where they used to smoke on screen. You know, with the ashtray sitting there, like, you know, the anchor man would sit there and be smoking a cigarette. He was one of them, obviously. That was before smoking was you know, ruled out as being one of the things you should be doing on TV.
Good old days.
Yeah, those are the days, right?
Good old days.
Back in black and white.
He's a brilliant journalist, and he admits when he's wrong. And and then he died on cancer. You know, I was at the Reason rally, and they tried to play his audio, and the computers are there screwed up, and we never got to hear it.
I have his book Mortality. It's actually a really good book. It's called Mortality. It's a short book. It's a little thing that he wrote just before he died, and it's like his take on death and like how he feels about death. And he never wavered his atheism one bit, you know. And it's a really, like, it's very powerful. I found, because he just goes into detail, like his most intimate thoughts and feelings about dying. It's not about being logical. It's not about trying to make an argument. Like, he actually just kind of just completely opens up and gives you like what he's thinking and feeling.
Talks about what he's thinking and feeling instead of this atheism stuff. Yeah.
Right, exactly. And he actually is going like, and it's I can't even describe it. Like, you just have to read it. It's not a big book. It's a thin read, but it's like, honestly, I think it's some of his best stuff, because I have his arguably it's essays by Christopher Hitchens, and it's like a huge book about, like, I think it's like all of his essays that he's ever written. Or at least the most popular ones, or the ones that are most relevant.
I'm definitely going to have to look that up.
Yeah, it might be a geeky atheist thing of me. It may be, I don't know. But I remember the first book that I read after being a believer and then transitioning to a non-believer. And I don't think if I would have read any other book, I would have been as pleasant about the whole ordeal as I've been. I would have been much more angrier. Don't get me wrong, I'm still angry. I'm still mad as hell about a bunch of stuff. But if I hadn't found the book, and the book's titled Some Mistakes of Moses, I don't think I would be in the position I'm in now. It's a very good book. I don't want to really say much about it, only because I feel my inferior words could not do it justice. But there's a little quirk in the book where he's talking about how, remember, folks, if you're criticizing anything, don't criticize God. God hates critics the most. And then he leads it in with a joke. He goes, a man goes before the pearly gates and opens. He's like, so, what'd you do? He goes, I was a banker. He goes, did you ever steal in the money? He goes, well, this one time. He goes, do you have a wife and family? Yes. How are they? Don't know. I left them for, a coworker. That it goes on, it goes down. He's like, do you believe the rib story? He's like, what? That God created Eve from a rib? Yes, wholeheartedly. So it goes through the next guy comes in and he's like, I'm an okay guy. And it gets all the way down to the list and he's like, did you believe the rib story? He's like, no, I didn't. I could never. It was too far-fetched for me. He's like, burn him. So I don't think if I found something that took it with that much wit and that much humor, I'd be near where I'm at now. So, yay books. I'm done. Somebody else can talk.
I forgot what I was going to say. I ran out while you were talking. I was trying to listen. I ran out for ice cubes.
Oh, shit. You said you wanted to add me to this, and I'm boring our fucking guests. That's horrible. Bad, John.
No, I was listening. I just ran out real quick and ran back in. It's not far to the refrigerator freezer.
I have ADD like a motherfucker. Trust me, you're fine. Well, maybe here's something, since how, we've talked about, you started with the Iran nuclear deal. We mentioned that a little bit. What is everybody's take on it? I mean, personally, I don't see a problem with having the deal, only because, let's say in a highly unlikely situation...
Wait, which part? Giving Iran nukes?
No, the Iran nuclear deal. Okay, this basically, with the deal in place, there's absolutely no way that Iran can accumulate a nuke. There's not, outside of black market nukes. But realistically, I think the one thing is if Iran was to have a nuclear weapon, they'd be not the only fucking one with a nuclear weapon.
But they'd be the first to use it.
Not necessarily. And the reason
that's where I think we disagree.
The reason why
I think this is a tight political discussion, and I'm not sure which way I go on it, and I don't know enough about the actual deal to make an opinion on it. But I will say this: I think the United States and Iran have been at loggerheads for way too long, and the idea of anybody having nuclear weapons, including us, is appalling to begin with. And naturally, the countries that didn't have them from the beginning are wishing that they had them. And this is a dangerous thing. Do we trust the Iranians? Of course we don't fucking trust them. Of course not. Okay? But here's the thing. I'm only gathering what I did listen to on NPR, and from what I can try to say that I think I believe this to be true. That is, the idea of this deal, first of all, the idea of this deal is to strike an understanding with checks that we're going to do the inspections and all this other stuff. But here's the thing about that. Don't be too paranoid. The nuclear I got that New Jersey accent that refuses to let me say the word properly.
Just say nukes, man. Just say nukes.
Stuff that you need to make these weapons is not something you can hide under the bed the minute the inspectors come.
Yeah.
This is not stuff that can just be stuffed under the mattress, hidden in a box, or what have you. This is not easy to hide. Can it be done? Yeah, maybe, but this is not something that you can readily, easily, without major hassles, try to hide. So I just want to take everybody's paranoia away from that first. And I believe when I heard this, I believe it to be true. Okay? Can it be done? I suppose. But the point is that with this in mind, President Obama, I keep telling people I'm not in love with the guy. But you know what? He's the only one stepped forward and said, look, we got to stop. This is the 21st century. We got to stop this fucking madness. We're going to stop this fucking shit. So let's start somewhere. He's the first one to come out and say, well, the people that we need to worry about first is the Iranians. They're the ones that are talking about getting nuclear weapons and shit. Let's talk to them and try to make them understand that we don't want this. I know that we were the first ones to get it and we were the first assholes, but we can't have this. We're trying to whittle down ours. We're trying to get the Russians to whittle down theirs. In fact, we started that already. Let's talk about not allowing nuclear weapons to begin with on this planet.
I totally agree.
Yes, we still have them, and the Iranians are pissed off that we have them, but we need to not have them. This planet needs to get rid of them. It may not be until after I die when we finally not see any more, but let's not be, I'm President Obama talking to the Iranians. Let's not be the ones like yourselves to create more.
No,
we already have too many.
I totally agree with what you're saying there. I had this kind of discussion before in separate TV. We did disagree, but agreed in some respects. But my overarching opinion is, isn't it better to give peace a chance? I know that sounds really gay and cheesy, but isn't it better than just fucking blowing people up? I mean, if they fuck up, then yeah, okay, let's be savages and blow shit up, because that's the only way we know how to do shit. But wouldn't it be better, wouldn't it be nice to think that Iranians could think, well, okay, we don't need to blow up Iran that much. I'm sorry, fucking Israel that much. and we can benefit our people by just being fucking normal instead of being a bunch of crackpots. Let's give them the,
again,
let's
I
give them
don't
the
know enough
benefit
about
of the doubt.
but I agree, you know, and I'm not going to elaborate anymore.
John F. Kennedy would do the same thing. I don't see what the fucking problem is. He did it with the Russians. No one called him a fucking weirdo or blah blah blah. They just got on with it. He made a deal with the most fucking atomic weaponized country on the planet, which was the Soviet Union. He did a deal with them. So why can't we do a deal with a little shitty country? You would get its ass tanned by the United States without even blinking a fucking eyelid.
Well,
Right.
anyway, that's why I bow out of the conversation from there because I don't know the entire deal, but I do know it's a good thing. And a lot of people will disagree. They're all scared shitless. Oh, why are you giving them this? You're going to give them, you know, this stupid ass shit that the Republicans are spitting out. I do know that the Republicans are wrong. How right Obama is for doing it, is the deal good? I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I do know that I would like to see this planet rid of these horrible weapons.
I hear that.
That's what the Prime Minister of Japan said today. Shit, I'm puffed out because I've just been on my bike to the shop to get more vodka. The Japanese president said that today. Like, he wants to see the world rid of nuclear weapons. He should know, not him personally, obviously, but he should know as a country that's the only country on the planet to have 2 nukes detonated on top of them. I'm pretty sure we should pay attention to how fucking much that hurts a nation.
Yeah, and those were babies, and those
yesterday.
Those were tiny. Those were tiny compared to what they've got.
Yeah, 70,000 people died instantly yesterday. One bomb, 70,000.
And
the
land wasn't usable for, you know, a long time after.
It still isn't, technically speaking, but oh well. Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at Chernobyl, and that wasn't even a bomb. That was just a melted down reactor with subpar safety standards. Just imagine if, and I hope this never happens. Trust me, I really do. What would happen if that was another area in a residential area? In the Midwest, we have a bunch of hydro power plants up and down the Ohio River.
Okay,
Now here's the thing. Why I bring this up.
I live within 10 miles of a nuclear power plant.
All right. Well, I'm going to say something else after Stark's finished, which is going to scare the pants off you actually. But continue anyway.
Well, the thing is when you look at nuclear reactors or you look at any kind of nuclear device, there was, I believe, Foxhole Atheist did a story where it was an episode of Yasp where he ripped apart some stupid woman who they had do a guest spot for I Fucking Love Science. And this woman talks about radiation poisoning and all this stuff where this guy was just exposed more than you should, but less, and just the horrible effects that it had on this guy's body. I mean, when you realize you're fucking with something that in small doses and depending on the type can do wonderful things, like my wife is an X-ray tech. You see the kind of thing that some radiation is good for, but the amount of radiation required to be one Hiroshima bomb. Can't talk too high, sorry. It's one of those things where you have to take back, and I agree with Patrick wholeheartedly. If you don't take a step back and go, you know what, no one on Earth should have this much power at their fingertips. We don't need this, and I don't rightfully think anyone does for any reason.
Well, this is the scary bit, though, Stark. If you know what Chernobyl is, I don't know if you've heard this crazy place in Japan that got twatted by a fucking massive wave. It's called Fukushima.
Yeah, I've heard about it. I just haven't read about it.
Oh my god, Shima is like 4 times worse because it's got 4 times the reactor meltdowns that Chernobyl did. The only difference is it ain't on the news. This fucking place is like the dead zone of planet Earth right now.
Oh, it was on the news. I don't know about your place, but it was here.
It's not in the news at all as much as it should be. This place is the #1. Oh my fucking god!
We have. You're talking about the Japan.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you
about the Japan.
Fukushima, and I'll tell you why.
We have right now here.
Hold on a minute, Patrick.
We have here in the United States right now radioactive effects coming.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Do you know why that's the case? Because there's 300 cubic meters. That's basically a truck, right? You know them big trucks that do like deliveries and shit. Like one of them times like a few, basically, per hour, spilling into the Pacific Ocean, full of not just little radioactive particles, the full fucking magnitude of a fucking inner core. Do you know why that is? Because when that ship blew up, the core of the fucking radiator, which was Chernobyl, melted into the fucking ground and became a part of the fucking water.
It was an actual meltdown.
It literally burnt itself into the fucking ground. The stupid Japanese won't blow the fucking thing up. You just won't, because you know what they're too busy about? Fucking money. They're trying to restart the fucking reactors instead of just nuking the fucking place.
Alright, calm down.
No, I won't calm down, because that's going into the fucking ocean every single day, and has been for 53 fucking days.
Was building a nuclear power plant on the edge of an active fault line.
Yeah.
Because Japan is a freaking volcanic island.
Yeah, it's like building one on the fucking side of the fucking...
you want to build a dangerous place, you build it on top of a fucking earthquake zone. Yeah. And that's what they did. And the earthquake that happened was out in the ocean, but the tsunami that ensued literally, destroyed the plant.
Looks like that tsunamis. It's not like a fucking new thing. What's Japan known for? Tsunamis? I mean, hello. The bounce have won a game.
That's because that they're actually a volcanic island. I mean, they literally are. Japan is literally an island.
Like Hawaii.
It's a volcanic island.
Yeah, like Hawaii.
Yeah, like Hawaii.
It's on the fucking Ring of Fire. It was born from the Ring of Fire. I've got a great idea. What? Let's build a nuclear power plant. Are you joking? No. It'll never happen to us. Really? Great, now you're just going to pollute the entire world for 250,000 years with your atomic radiation? Shit. That's still today going out into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, I mean, don't even look, if you look at nuclear, okay, not just nuclear. There's other problems. Well, I mean, clearly that's a big fucking problem.
It's the only fucking problem. You could drop as many nukes as you fucking want. That's still worse. Nuclear weapons don't do as much damage as nuclear reactors that are fucking let loose in the wild. Chernobyl ring
I think that you're overkill.
No. Nuclear
weapons
react in a completely different way than nuclear reactors.
Listen. Let's not go too far. When I was in high school, we were told, I don't know now because they've been diminishing the numbers, but I was told at the time, back in the 70s, the United States alone had enough nuclear weapons, nuclear missiles, to kill everybody on this planet 347 times.
Yep.
Hopefully it's a little less by now, but the point I'm trying to make here is you're wrong about equating nuclear power plants with nuclear weapons in the way.
What I'm saying is, if you drop the biggest nuclear yield, which is the Russian super bomb, which is a fucking mega bomb basically, that will still have no bearing on the amount of radiation that's pumping out of Fukushima right now. This shit is still 100% badass. It's like continuously nuclear bombs going off. This is the point I'm trying to explain. A bomb just goes, and yeah, okay, it's shitty for, let's say, 1,000 years, right? But that's where it stops, because the nuclear reactor's gone off. Fukushima is still alive and kicking, and it has been since the fucking time it went boom. And there's not just one of them, there's fucking 4 of them. It's not one Chernobyl, it's fucking 4.
It didn't go boom. It didn't go boom, but
dude, I will show you the fucking video on YouTube when
it melted down because of the damage that was done by natural disasters.
Do you want me to show you Reactor 4 exploding?
Caused the water to...
Do you want me to show you Reactor 4 exploding?
They even tried to pour water on it, but it did not go boom.
Okay, well, okay, if you say so. Reactor 4 exploding. I'll show you it. It was on the fucking telly. I'll show you it. If you think that didn't happen, I don't know what planet you fucking live on, but it's on fucking YouTube. There's the link.
It did not explode.
Watch the link,
There was
Patrick.
fires. There
Watch
was
the
all
link,
that stuff.
Patrick.
But you're
Watch
making
the
it
link,
sound like a
Patrick.
fucking nuclear explosion. Let's get specific.
Watch the link, Patrick. Explosion doesn't mean it went off like an atomic bomb. It blew up. Look at that blowing up. 12 miles high into the sky.
You know what, Stein? We were having an intelligent conversation
until I got back and just give you a fucking link to prove you to be completely wrong.
You really do need to stop yelling at people.
You need to just fucking listen instead of saying people are fucking idiots when they're not.
I didn't ever say you were an idiot. I just said you need to stop yelling at people.
Well, just watch the link. Stop telling me I'm fucking wrong when it's on YouTube. What the fuck? How the fuck am I wrong? It's on YouTube. It literally blows up. I'm not saying it's an atomic bomb. I'm saying it blows up. It literally fucking went into meltdown the same way Chernobyl did. There's 4 of these fuckers. And one of them went pop. There it is. It was on national TV. That's the one that's in the fucking ground that they're trying to build an ice wall around. Which ain't gonna ever work. They've been trying it since it blew up and it's not gonna fucking work. Do you know they can only take 10 minutes each time with any one person? 10 minutes is the most anybody can spend in their entire lifetime to get close to that fucking thing. 10 minutes. It will fry you like a crisp.
Well, look at, okay, you want something that'll fry you like a crisp, and this is something that's happening in the U.S. that a lot of people don't talk about. It's not nuclear, but there are several coal mines, and I can't remember one. There's one of them I know, for example, that's in Pennsylvania, where people used to take their trash annually and burn it. Mm-hmm. So once they started burning it, this fucking coal mine that they thought was done tapped out caught fire. So there are at least, I know, 6 coal mines currently on fire underneath towns. Mm-hmm. And it goes widely unreported. Just imagine if you're in the backyard, you have a sinkhole, and like it's so prevalent here in the fucking news, it seems like every other day there's a sinkhole. Just imagine that opening, you're in fucking, playing in Pennsylvania somewhere, your kid's in a yard, and then all of a sudden, there goes Timmy down a hole of fire. That, in my opinion, now, everything that's going on in Japan is absolutely 100% fucking horrible. And it needs a good idea. However, the truth is screaming about whether or not it is or is not isn't going to help. The idea that 3 fucking guys or 4 fucking guys and one of them's on a smoke break is going to solve this problem like that is fucking laughable.
They know how to solve the problem. They have to nuke the fucking thing. That's how you solve the problem.
Okay, Stein, I watched the video. It didn't go boom. It went pop. And it is on fire.
Excuse me.
It was on fire.
What?
There's a difference. There's a difference.
It doesn't matter
because you're hypersensitizing it.
I'm not hypersensitizing. You're just being a fucking ignoramus. That was Chernobyl.
Now who's calling who?
That was Chernobyl, for fuck's sake, right in front of you. That's what happened to Chernobyl. Exactly the same thing. It didn't go boom like a big nuclear weapon because it's not a nuclear bomb. It's not a nuclear bomb.
I didn't say it was. You did, but you're the one that said boom.
Yeah, because it blew up.
It did not blow up.
Are you telling me that's not an explosion? Can you define explosion in an English dictionary,
please? It caught fire.
So that didn't explode. Okay, then I'll show you another video of the same fucking thing. What's that video? What's the same video? What's the same video from a different angle? Fukushima reactor 4 exploded core. I can show you every single video from every single news agency.
You go yell at somebody else because you can fuck off.
You fucking get out my fucking room and talk to someone who's ignorant.
If you're going to continue yelling at me on your live show, you can go fuck off.
Well, you can go fuck off and get out the fucking room. If you want to be ignoramus and pretend that just didn't explode and go, well, you didn't say explode, you said pop. Just fucking shut up. It went pop. It exploded. What do you think it did? Farted or whimpered or just went...
No, actually, what I think he was saying is you were playing very fast and loose with definitions.
With what? Exploded? How can I play fast and loose with a fucking dictionary definition of something exploding?
Because not everybody...
Did that explode to you, yes or no, Shark? Did that explode?
I didn't watch it. I didn't watch the fucking thing because I give fuck alls about it. No. The truth is...
No, hold on, you're going to say the truth is and you didn't even watch the fucking video.
No, this is what I'm telling you. The truth is if you ask any linguist, the dictionary is a shit book.
I'm fucking English. I know what the fucking language means. I didn't... I'm sorry, am I just fucking living in the Twilight Zone here? You're telling an English person how to understand English. That's retarded.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. It's like trying to tell me how to spell colour.
No.
I spell it with a fucking U. That's why I spell it, with a fucking U, because that's its actual proper fucking way to speak. Okay? Now, you might think as an American it's okay to leave that shit out. I don't. Because it's my fucking
actually.
And I'm pretty sure in the Oxford English Dictionary, every single video that you watch on the YouTube says explosion. It blew the fuck up. He's trying to say it wasn't catastrophic explosion. It wasn't magnificent explosion. It still exploded, which is the opposite of implosion.
The point I'm trying to make.
No, he's being a fucking ass clown because he's had too much fucking wine as his problem.
No, actually, the point I'm trying to make, which is separate from any point that Patrick has, the point that I'm saying, and you helped him basically say, yes, that's what I'm trying to say, is the whole idea of language. Language is kind of this nice vague line, because words in one culture mean a totally different other thing.
It fucking blew up. That's universal. If I drop a bomb on your ass, what does that mean in every other language? Does it mean it depends. It's exploded on my ass?
Here's the thing. To me, it may have been a pop. I don't know, because I've seen some pretty goddamn big explosions. So the idea of him just saying it went pop, to him it may have went pop.
Yeah,
we don't know.
Pop would still require fucking explosion. Okay, let's just talk about physics here. Just a
kaboom.
Fucking idiot cunt. I don't understand why this dickhead would go, well, let's talk about the difference between a pop and an explosion. A violent shattering or blowing apart of something as caused by a bomb. The bomb was the nuclear fucking reactor, if I'm not mistaken. And what happened? The shattering apart of something. So, that's the very first fucking line in the dictionary. In a dictionary. Hello.
What would you call something
that explodes?
No.
Explosion out of wank.
No. Let's just say you have like a phone booth, okay? And someone sticks a compressed air can in there, and it goes off, and it blows out the glass. Would you classify that as an explosion?
Yes, because it would shatter the glass. Oh my god, shit, some dude just exploded the fucking phone box. Does that mean it's like a Hollywood movie? Fireball? No. But the fucking word pertains to the action of the fucking thing that just happened. I don't know why you watch these Hollywood movies and think I need to have some fucking clad-plastic fucking intro to define what an explosion means.
What are we talking about? What an explosion is?
You missed it.
He's trying to define, because I said Fukushima exploded. He goes, nah, it didn't explode. And I was like,
what exploded? Sorry?
Fukushima reactor number 4, it blew up, right? It went,
right.
You know, I'm just saying it exploded, which it did. That's the dictionary definition of what happens when shit blows up. Explosion.
Yeah.
Right? So when I say boom, it went pop. He obviously knows what explosion means unless he's fucking just being an incredulous little prick. It exploded. Every single YouTube video has the word explosion in it for a fucking reason. It's defining what happened. You didn't put it in there to sensationalize it. That's exactly what happened.
Are we saying that it wasn't an explosion?
He's saying it wasn't. I'm saying it fucking clearly was. It's in the fucking
wait, stop. Were you saying that it wasn't an explosion?
Me? No, I'm saying it was.
Not you, man. I'm talking to a friend here,
Me?
Stark.
No. Stark's not trying to argue the position.
No, I'm basically trying to sort out bullshit, because he started yelling and fucking Patrick was like, fuck you, you can yell at somebody else.
Yeah, Stizer does that. Stizer will yell and shout.
If someone's shouting bullshit, yeah, I'm going to yell and shout. It was an explosion.
I want to clear something up. Was someone trying to say that it wasn't
Patrick
an explosion?
said it was an explosion. Patrick said it wasn't.
I didn't watch the goddamn video because I don't care.
Yeah, I know you don't care, so that's fine. So you got no input in the conversation from that.
Oh, okay, let me reframe. I do care. It's a serious matter. However, I don't know enough on the fucking matter.
Listen,
a better way of saying I don't care. What the phrase I've been using recently in like the past year is it's of no consequence, right? Which is typically most issues. They are of no consequence. Like, for example.
Well, no, I see. I would disagree.
I just want to kind of just preface this, right? For an example, for Holocaust deniers, right? It's of no consequence that these people exist because the fact of the matter is the Holocaust did happen, right? And to have the debate with them would be completely stupid and pointless because it's of no consequence. It does like you could equate that to I don't care what you think, right? But
Exactly.
what it actually means is it's of no consequence. It actually has no bearing on what actually is the case, right? It's just
Well,
it's just a battle.
therefore, maybe you shouldn't comment on it.
It's just a
I
battle of
just don't
opinions
like
at
being
that
yelled
point,
at
right?
constantly.
It's not, dude.
Yeah, and I hold on. Can I comment on that real quick? Can I comment on that real quick, just as the host of the show? Sty,
I'll
man,
host
whatever, dude. This is my show. The title's mine. Everything's mine. It's just.
All right, well, that's for myself. I'm for
Yeah,
myself.
but yeah, it's equally yours because we kind of collaborated on this and came together to do it. But you know, I call it mine because it's the crux of it and the
Well, I call
core
it
of
mine too, but
Yeah, of course you do.
I always try to refrain from saying that because it just sounds
Yeah,
like egotistical.
it is a bit egotistical, but there has to be a little bit
Well,
of
we
that
can
as
still
well.
say it's mine each, all us, own, whatever.
Yeah,
Doesn't matter.
ultimately it's ours, right?
Yeah.
But
But
in any
whatever.
case,
Go
in
for
any
it.
case, yeah, no. In any case, it's when we're doing this, you know, we have to remember that it's a discussion, right? So we can't shout at each other. Like it's okay to get passionate or heated, or whatever, but
Okay.
to keep the discussion. Like I'll give you an example. What you did earlier, when we're trying to just kind of move through each topic, and you just want to be like, no, let's talk about the debate. It's like, yeah, there's a
That's fucking
flow.
important.
Well, I get it, but there's a flow going, and we can keep the flow going and still hold the integrity of the program and hold the integrity of the topic that you want
I
to talk
said
about.
it before we even started. I'm going to extend this shit
No,
to the
we
debate.
but
You said
can,
okay.
no,
It started,
hold
and
on.
then you just blew it off.
Wait. No, we
We've been
extended.
talking for 2 hours already. You know that, right?
Wait. I know how long we've been talking. I've been keeping time. It's what it is. It's yes, we will extend the episode to talk about it after. Let's get through the things that I wanted to talk about first because I found them to be entertaining and interesting, and we did have some good conversations
It was
from
fun.
the art. Well, no, we had good conversations from the articles that we spoke about because they do have a lot to do with social interaction, and
Well, I
we got
thought
to
that had
do.
a lot to do with the actual debates. That's why I
No,
wanted to
well,
segue
wait.
into that as well.
I'm gonna wait. Just wait for me. I'm gonna comment on that. I just want to take you through this so I
Ah,
can just so you can understand where I'm coming from, right? It's a matter of we want to hold the integrity of keeping each topic separate, right? We want to hold the integrity of talking about those topics one by one and not going off on tangents. We kind of did, but it was okay because we still
it was
brought
still
it back
fun.
around. We brought it back around to what we were originally discussing within each segment, right? And to comment on your Duggars is more important than politics. No,
Because I
it's
thought
that
that's the way being treated.
no, no,
Like,
no. That's not what I was saying. I was not saying that at all. What I was saying is, look, we have things that we want to discuss. Let's discuss them first, and then we can go move on to the politics thing because a lot of time would have passed during the debate where, dude, I don't know if you've refreshed your Google Plus feed, but you probably should because a lot of it's just a big joke, right? Like that's how everyone's taking it.
See,
You know?
people, goddamn it, he's ranted enough. I'm gonna rant some. Y'all
Yeah.
piss me off, and you know why y'all piss me off?
Why?
Because I don't know how to fucking get news anywhere. Like the only goddamn news source that I have is the Young Turks, and the Young
Stop.
Turks.
Hold on. Wait.
yeah,
Stop.
Stop doing that.
Stop listening to the Young Turks.
That's entertainment. It's not
Yeah,
news.
live on
Thank-
YouTube.
well-
Live here on YouTube. Fuck you, Young Turks. I hate you. You guys are fucked. You race bait. You're biased as shit.
It's just the entertainment.
And
When they first started, it was
this
political.
time you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just kind of saying things to
It's
say them.
entertainment. It's like source fed now. It's become that pointless. It's become
I-
source
I hate
fed.
the race baiting. That's just what I hate
Well,
about the Young Turks. Man.
The thing is like I've followed news sources, and maybe you guys seriously, as all of us, I'm probably the youngest as far as time as an atheist in this room.
I don't think it matters if you're atheist or
No,
not.
that
I
doesn't
think
matter.
whether
It
you're
doesn't
willing
matter.
to listen to other
But-
people's perspectives.
But here, I agree. But my problem is when I want to watch news, I want to watch fucking news. I don't care about person's feelings. I don't care what they think. I want facts.
Well, that's
You want to
what,
get news? You want to get news? You want to get news? Read the newspaper.
No, but this is the thing.
Read the newspaper. That is the most old-fashioned way, and still to this day, the best way to get your news.
Dude, my newspaper.
Hold on. I'm gonna disagree with Joseph a little bit, right? In the sense
Fuck you, Stizer.
No, I'm gonna disagree in the way that I learned how to read news, so to speak.
That's how I learned. Read the best way.
This is when I wake up every morning, right? The first thing I do, I load up BBC. Russia Today, which is RT News. I load up Al Jazeera. I load up Sky News. I load up Fox News. I load up
you go to like the underground version.
I load up every single browser with news, right, and cross-reference the facts between each story. That's how you get the real news, because you can do that
with a newspaper, though.
No, but I'm saying, I mean, on the internet, that's the best way to do it. On the internet, you cross-check. And then what you do is you also find out who's writing the story. You go and investigate the person who writes the story, and you can see where they're coming from as a political person.
I hate to break the news to you, but what's on the internet is also in newspapers.
Well, actually, it's not.
It is. For the most part, it really is.
The BBC doesn't have a newspaper.
No, but what they report will be in a newspaper, for sure.
It's not. This is the point. The BBC is...
How the fuck does the news work in England?
It's not. We have tabloid press in England. The BBC
that's how it works here.
is the only news organisation that doesn't have any press. And all their sources are just that, sources. There is no quantitative person who reports for said BBC. You have political correspondents who say, we have sources, but they never quote who their sources are. The BBC are not held to the same standards as the newspapers, which is why the newspapers hate the BBC.
Well, no, here. Let me explain this. The sources
they're funded by the government.
The sources are typically the sources that these people have are typically journalists, and journalists typically work for newspapers, right? Yes. So it's like that. Well, ultimately, the news does get their information from papers, right? That's what I mean. It's like what you see on the news, like typically here in Canada, what you see on the news, like what you see on TV, you can actually get in the newspaper and more than what's on the news. Because remember, the news programs are about like an hour long, some are only half an hour, and a lot of the segments are about 2-3 minutes long. Whereas the newspaper, I like newspapers. I may be a bit biased because I'm a writer, but I like newspapers because it's written down, it's comprehensive, it's very thorough. And I think it's that way because it's written. It's not. There's no like, because like look, you watch Fox News, right? You see
I watch all the news channels.
Yeah, you watch like news channels, right? Here's an example. They'll have like serious issues, but it's confined. Like they'll have like a debate about something, right? And they'll have like 3 people on a panel, but it's confined to like 5 minutes of the show, you know? And it's like it's a serious topic, and it's like, how do you do that? How the fuck do you do that and call yourself news?
It's worse than that. The people who put, I mean, look at some of the best anchors in American news. They don't actually make the news. They just read the fucking.
They just read the paper. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like they just read. Like a lot of anchormen.
Real journalism.
A lot of anchormen. Like if you read what
like Glenn Greenwald and stuff, it still comes from papers. I will admit, like some of the best news articles this 10 years came from.
I'm
newspapers.
gonna make my own meme.
For sure.
I decided I'm gonna try my hand at memes.
Nice.
My meme is.
I make memes. Do it.
It's
fun.
Gonna be. It's 11 o'clock. Did you get yelled at Sizor yet?
I heard an explosion.
It's gonna say it's 11 p.m. Did you get yelled at by Stizor yet?
Probably. I should make a meme. It's fucking Patrick drinking wine and saying explosions don't fucking exist.
But going back to the going back to the news thing though, it's interesting because a lot of like the best anchormen, a lot of the best broadcasters in radio, a lot of the best morning people, they start their day by picking up a couple of newspapers, right? Because they want to kind of get a feel for like the good ones, not like the people that are just going for a paycheck, right? I mean like the actual like good broadcasters on radio, good broadcasters on anchormen and anchorwomen programs and stuff like that. You know, like they'll start their day by reading a few newspapers because it's like, yeah, I can get information from the newspaper because the newspaper, it's writers. You know, and journalists actually, like, I know it's arguable with, you know, some journalists.
No talking on journals anymore.
Yeah, television journalists are kind of different than.
They're not even journalists. They're just talking.
They're not journalists. Yeah, they're just kind of.
That's why I watch the Rachel Maddow show because she'll tear apart a lot of the nonsense that goes on in.
No, I mean, look at one of the most famous reporters in modern day. I think is Greenwald, who broke the Snowden story. I mean, people like him.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
He worked for the Guardian. He was a reporter. People like him are we need people like him, obviously, and they do write papers. They don't
look.
internet
journalism. Real journalism is demonized today because what it does is it comes in conflict with the interests of people that fund these very places, right? So like if you're doing a story about something and you find out that it leads to, like, just for the sake of argument, right, it leads to Halliburton, and Halliburton is a major funder for like three news programs, just hypothetically. I don't know if this is true, right? I'm just saying hypothetically. But they're like a major funder for 3 major news programs. One of these news programs happens to find this story, and it leads to Halliburton. Well, I'm sorry, you don't want to implicate your your investor in the story. So we're probably gonna have to block that out a little bit and go do something else. You know.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with mainstream media, is that these big media companies are linked with the very same people they will probably be writing stories about, and the producers like, oh no, don't do that.
You can't. Those are our investors.
I don't know who the names are and stuff like that, but the main thing is that
Rupert Murdoch. This fucking
do a search. I forget who owns Time Warner.
Comcast.
Right.
The list. Listen, the integrity of journalism has been compromised. And it gets to the point where if you want to be like Fox News, you know, you have the least integrity, and you just write whatever it is that somebody's telling you to write.
They're not actually a news company under their auspice. They're actually an entertainment company.
Or you can be like Rachel Maddow and try to be integritous and try to write what, even if she's wrong, she writes about and she talks about things that are important. And how she thinks they should be or are. In other words, there's much more integrity behind her than there is in Fox News.
Now, the thing with me is the only news, and this is because, like most things in life, I come at things ass backwards sometimes, that I've found is one example that I know for a fact has a lot of bias in it. Is games journalism. Because literally, like, I've lost more people than I can think of on the issue of whether you're pro or against Gamergate. And to me, when it first came out, like, the idea of ethics and, you know, journalism for games, I kind of laughed at it until I started seeing firsthand, and it was like, what the fuck is this? This isn't news. This is fluff. Who allowed this to get by? And to me, I think the one thing I can say in my lifetime that I've seen, I remember news stories from when I was a kid that scared the shit out of me. But as an adult, everything's so PC. There's nothing to it. I mean,
hold on.
I'm sorry. I thought you was finished.
No, I need to correct myself. It wasn't who owns Time Warner. It was who Time Warner owns. If you Google that list for the viewers, and if you guys want to yourselves in here, the list is very, very long, and it's quite extensive, and it almost encompasses all television programming. So I just wanted to point that out.
And I don't even know anymore. But you know, I've over the last decade or so, I've perfected my bullshit detector.
Nice.
And
did you get that from Sagan's book?
But the thing is that I can get fooled too. But the thing is, the integrity is lost. When you have, in other words, here's the lack of integrity to me. When you have a television channel that is called the Science Channel, what do you expect to see on a channel that is called the Science Channel?
Science.
You sure as fucking hell don't expect to see, it's gotta be aliens! Okay? This is what I'm talking about.
Right.
Now, I think they finally took that off of that channel and they put it on the History 2 channel. But what do you expect to see in history, except for history? You know, it's like
is someone hating on my aliens? What?
It's the same thing.
It's what they call counterintuitive. In other words,
no, I was gonna say it's the same thing with the Learning Channel, and on the Learning Channel they have shit like Honey Boo Boo and 19 Kids and Counting.
Yeah.
Very
like,
strange programs that have nothing to do with learning anything whatsoever.
You know, though, there is one thing.
Gossip.
With the Discovery Channel, when I knew I was in deep shit on TV, was when I watched. I saw it advertised. I recorded it so I could see maybe the first 5 minutes. Mermaids, evidence found. Like, fuck you guys. Fuck you.
Well, I mean, this is the problem, is that I think with American shows, they want to entertain, they don't want to educate, really. They want to slightly educate.
Then put it on the science fiction channel.
Yeah, no shit.
Where this is the point that are actually broadcast. At least it's on the right name.
Well,
it's called sci-fi.
It'd be good if they actually showed why human beings believe in aliens, like logically believe in them, not because some twat with fuzzy hair says, "Oh well, who built the pyramids?" You know, it's not that simple. We can all, do an Eric von Daniken and go, chariots of the gods and woohoo. Yeah, okay, it's entertaining, but that doesn't answer the fundamental questions of evolution and
right.
all the proper scientific questions, because they try and mix them together, and no wonder people think aliens. Fuck off, that's a laugh. It's just some guy with curly hair.
This is why I have a problem. This is why I do what I do on the internet. Right. This is the problem with what I call and what Neil deGrasse Tyson calls the science illiteracy problem in America.
So, here's a question for you, Patrick. Because up until tonight, I've never met any of you. So, with the way this happens,
we are aliens.
Yes, cool. And you saying, the scientific literacy problem. Do shows like In Search of Sasquatch and like Bigfoot Files and Alien, does that shit piss you off?
Yeah, because it's not science.
Yeah, it does. You know why? I'll tell you what. Did you know that the Loch Ness Monster photos and stuff like that, do you know what that is? That's an elephant's trunk.
Oh,
think about it.
It doesn't matter what it is.
It's an elephant's trunk coming out from the bottom of the water.
It doesn't matter what it is.
No, it does matter. It matters it is the entire matter of the whole thing.
No, but what I'm saying is
because decades,
it's
even
fake.
a century worth of the Loch Ness Monster bullshit, and I can give it to you in a freaking sentence.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It's still fake.
I can give it to you in 5 words.
Listen,
that was the Loch Ness Monster, a fucking elephant's trunk. That's what matters. When you can make an hour show, when you can make an hour show talking about this fucking so-called monster that lives in the Loch Ness, and I can answer the question of what it was in 5 words, you obviously have a literacy problem in science.
No,
it was a fucking elephant's trunk.
Period.
That's your answer.
I'm trying to explain. If you're gonna entertain people with notions of grandeur,
you want to entertain people, put it on
let me finish, man. Shut up.
Don't put it on a history channel. Don't put it on a science channel. Put it on entertainment.
Put it on the fucking entertainment channel.
Put it on the sci-fi channel.
It belongs to the movies. The only thing that should be on the fucking real science channel is real science. Oh, look, we can prove this, and here's the evidence. No, whoa, did Nessie exist? Well, who gives a fuck if it did or it didn't? There's no fucking evidence for that shit at all. Put it on the fucking sci-fi channel.
You're doing nothing but agreeing with me. I don't know why you're even...
I know, I'm trying, but you don't let me fucking finish. You're wasting me. That's because you're drinking wine, you sod.
Oh, I was talking, you trying to talk over me as usual, and then you start yelling as usual.
Says the person who's gulping down the fucking red wine.
I can start yelling.
Yeah. Chug chug, motherfucker. Chug chug.
You're drunk too. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not. I was just going out in the fucking shop.
Drinking all fucking night, dude.
That's my 3rd glass of wine in 6 hours.
Yeah,
Okay, how many bottles of vodka?
Glass of vodka.
I know. How many bottles of vodka have you gone through in the past 8 hours, bro? This guy's had like 3 glasses of wine and like.
Buddy,
and I'm putting ice in it.
And putting ice in
that
it.
Just
So
ruins, that
diluting
just
the
ruins
shit.
it. You should put
Get
ice
the fuck
in
out of
wine.
here. You're drunk as a skunk and you're fucking sitting here criticizing this guy.
Seriously, you need to switch to weed, man.
Yeah, dude, you need weed, bro.
You mad? Yeah, I need to start sounding like you mad. No, thank you. Been there, done that. Sound t-shirt.
No, thank you.
Right.
Actually, the funny thing about this,
I was born fucking stoned.
I wouldn't be half as sharp if I didn't have this.
Yeah, I wouldn't be half as sarcastic, because in fact, I wouldn't speak to you motherfuckers if I was sober. That's how unintelligent most of you fucktards are.
Right.
Well, you know that's the funny thing.
I need to be drunk just so I can lower myself to actually speak
All I know is.
Do you like that one? Do you like that one?
This guy who incoherently babbles most of the time.
Yeah, that's okay.
Sidereal time is 4:20.
What?
Stop. Half the time. Stop. Half the time.
9 minutes too early. 9 minutes too early, Patrick. Nearly there.
People half the time are wondering what the fuck you're talking about, man.
That's what I don't understand my accent.
I said
It's not
2
your
places
accent.
on the planet.
It's how you put words together, man.
It's called English. I know that's
You're not very good at it, sir.
I'm the best at it because I'm English. Right. Just like Americans say they're the best at fucking English because they're American.
Actually, I don't claim to be the best at fucking any language.
I don't think Americans think that they're the best at English either.
Yes, they do. Why would they just totally rearrange?
Some of them do. Some of us do, but not me. I do better than some.
Do you know why Americans call what we speak English? Because we know
it is.
No, we knew it was going to piss you off. We did a whole bunch after the Revolutionary War. We did so many social changes in words. Like instead of calling a pail, we called it a bucket. Or we would take things like the term hillbilly that a lot of people seem to love to call me, but the problem is where I was raised was flat as shit. That is a term for all of the people that were coming over from Scotland and other places under King William. And they'd be like, oh, you know them are them goddamn hillbillies because they don't want to fuck with any of us.
Yeah, because you guys call, we call them pylons, you call them cones, because that's what they are, they're cones.
Yeah, they're cones.
We call them pylons, right? And it's just like a complete switch up of a
Now, see, with me, the problem with me in the United States, when you go into broadcasting or something like that, they tell you to have a Midwestern accent, which is supposed to be regionless. The problem with this is I sound vastly different than anyone else I know. And sometimes when I say shit, people look at me and go, what the fuck? Because I'm prone to saying shit like, if there's a car wreck, I'll be like, fuck, that thing was mutifuckulated. And people are like, what? I mean, when I first got here, the first day I moved to California, I looked at a woman on the bus, I was like, howdy. And she's like,
terrorist!
Watch out!
I'm telling you.
He said hello!
Looking like I do, and checking out some of the shit I check out, people are like, what the fuck? Like, I walked to my public library, and I was like, hi, I'm looking for a copy of a book. Do you have it? And they're like, what is it? I go,
she said book!
I go, who wrote the Old Testament? And she's looking at me, she's like, having trouble with your faith? I go, no, don't got any. And she just looked at me like I was fucking nuts.
So I do gotta say, in the West over here, like in Canada and in America, talking to people is not a normal thing. Like if you speak to someone on the street,
they look at you like you're fucking crazy.
You better brace yourself to get like pepper sprayed because it's like people are just afraid of each other. Like there's no sense of community over here in the West. Like in England, I imagine it's a lot different. Like I see like people, they just kind of talk to people at the bus stop and shit. You know,
we are very nice like that. Like,
yeah, you guys are like nice to each other.
It's not like that everywhere. It's not like that everywhere here. I mean, come on.
It is like that in
places I go to, especially with the old people. You know, they're so fucking lonely that they talk to anybody that they see.
Well, that's not true.
What I'm talking about though is the overall culture. I'm talking about the overarching. I'm talking about what I'm talking about is the overarching culture that we see today. Is that approaching somebody is not it's not a normal thing. Right? Well, it's like not. I don't want to say normal. Like it's not a comfortable situation for people. Like if I just go up to someone and start talking to them, you can see their uneasiness. You can see that like, who is this person? This is a stranger kind of thing. You know, like neighbors. They don't like. When was the last time you saw a block party? You know what I mean? When was the last time you saw
well, that's what I was going to say.
A community of people doing a barbecue, not like family and friends. Like
well,
the community.
We would have, but all fucking weather.
No, not you. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you.
I feel uneasy, you know. Sometimes.
Yeah, you do. Like you get weirded out, like by someone just coming up to you.
You know, depends on the way they approach you.
Yeah, if someone goes, hey, do you have the time? Right, that's different. Like, hey, do you have the time? Yeah, I have the time. Hey, you got an extra smoke? Yeah, I got an extra smoke. But if someone just comes up to you and goes,
even the smoke thing is actually a little awkward for me.
No, it's not.
It is. No, it. No.
Okay,
we're not talking about you. We're talking about over here.
Culture. Oh yeah, okay. Well, I'm just saying. Okay. I'll say this really quick, and then you can go.
I know in England it's different. I already know that for a fact.
Yeah, it's just different. We are kind of like happy-go-lucky kind of
chaps. You guys are way nicer.
But
I'm talking about over here. I was just commenting on over here. Like there is that culture where the neighbor, like my neighbor. I live in an apartment building, right? So I got tons of neighbors. I don't know any of them. I know one of them because
the guy downstairs the shit.
No. I know the guy. He lives. I know the guy. He lives like 2 doors down from me, right? Because I worked with him, and my girlfriend is friends. Like she was friends with him before, so I just I know him through that. Yeah. But my neighbor that lives right beside me, like these people that live here, I don't know who the fuck they are. I don't know their names. I don't know nothing. You know, people over here, they go out of their way to avoid each other.
Wow.
Right?
My next door neighbors are usually weirdos. We had one guy at one side of me that was actually, Illuminati kind of like weirdo kind of guy. And not for anything. He did pass away recently. He was normal. But he was definitely strange. I didn't really want to know him. I couldn't go out. I couldn't go outside. I'm an amateur astronomer, so I couldn't go outside with a pair of binoculars to see the upcoming whatever event, a comet or something, without him coming up to me and start talking to me about the fucking Illuminati, some fucking UFO cockamamie fucking bullshit. And it got to the point where I never was able to go back out there again until he passed away.
So we had here. I know there's like 2 people that I know. One of them just moved, and the other 2, they live right next door to me. And other than that, I don't know anyone. Now, there are people that I'm nice to, and really, most of my neighbors that see me, they're walking around, they're like, hell, got a double chin, nice job. But most of them, they just keep to their own shit. Now, we did have this one lady who was here when I first moved in who would, like, flip her shit and come knocking at your door at, like, 5 a.m. because she locked her ass out. That lady was a weird one. But mainly around here, like, when I said the old people are I guess
she was lucky that she got you instead of somebody else.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what I told. Like, she was here, and I called maintenance, because our maintenance office also is the security around our building. And I called them, and I said, look, you guys need to get someone here, because I don't want this woman to get hurt. Walking around, knocking on somebody's door, somebody don't like it, shoot her ass in the head. I don't want that to fucking happen. So they were good about that, but like we have people that'll do like strange shit. Like there was a woman down the hall when I first moved in who had a Vietnamese potbelly pig in a fucking apartment. So then when she moved out, maintenance was pissed. No, I'm not. And maintenance was pissed because when she moved out, a whole bunch of her family on the other side, like my apartment split up into wings. And there was a group of her family that had rented out 3 apartments on that one side. They knocked a hole in all 3 apartments to connect them. They were so pissed.
Wow. And to think that some of the apartments I had, they got pissed for some stupid shit that I didn't even do.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, where I'm at in California, before I moved out here, I did not realize, like, because I'm used to the apartments where I grew up, you know, the highest one you could get would be a 2-floor townhouse for like $1,000 a month. To me, that was astronomical. Shit, I'm paying $2,100 a month for out here in California,
Wow.
and
Wow.
it's ridiculous.
I was
Like,
having a hard time. I was having a hard time when I was still married at $700 a month.
What?
If
I
my
didn't get that joke. Was that a prostitute joke, or am I just what?
no. Literally, if my wife did not have the job that she has, we would be literally the economy where I'm at.
You see the difference between America and England right there? That joke just totally went.
Oh yeah.
That would have been like comedy gold on BBC One right now. If someone would have said $700 a month, wife, blah blah blah. Wow, that's an expensive hookup.
You see, the thing about BBC,
The thing is, I don't mean to be rude or interrupt or anything, but the thing is, you know, do you realize that you can buy a house for $2,100 a month?
Yes, I do.
Much less? Why don't you just like look into that?
We are.
That's exactly
literally
what we're doing.
what's going on right now is me and my wife are in the transitional phase to save up enough to actually move ourselves back where I came from, because the job market for what she does, she's a radiology technologist. She does x-rays, CAT scans, mammograms, that kind of stuff. The market for her, especially because she has 15 years experience in it, she can pretty much write her own check in somewhere like Indianapolis, and we would be living fine just on what she makes. Now, with me, I'm in kind of this weird work limbo because I have a couple of conditions that, one of which is I suffer from migraines. And the migraines I get are so bad that I'll forget who the fuck I am. I won't know my name. I won't know where I'm at. All kinds of shit. I'll forget my birthday.
I get that every day. It's called drinking vodka. I don't know what the fuck your problem is, dude.
No, I can give you a few clues. One, stop wearing headphones.
Two, get a life.
If your eyes bother you, take your glasses off. Relax and you know, talk to people through the speakers. You have hard walls and stuff. You'll probably get feedback. I have in this room. I literally have ceiling tiles, acoustic ceiling tiles on the wall. I have fiberglass insulation inside one of the speakers that wrapped around this fucking microphone. You know, I try to deaden the sound everywhere in this room because I don't really like wearing headphones anymore.
Did you hear that? That was my conditions for being drunk. But I still manage to get my ass up every day with my
and if you start getting migraines, take a couple of Advils or whatever you take and lie down for a while. Sometimes it's a combination of lack of sleep.
I'll be honest with you, right?
Sleeping wrong.
I'll be honest with you.
Stein.
Hold on.
Come on.
I'm trying to give you some confidence.
Let me finish. You know, usually a combination of things. You know, you drank one night. Your glasses could be a wrong prescription, or you happen to be staring at the computer screen for a long time. Lack of sleep. You know, any number of things in combination gives you the worst migraines. Especially if you've been drinking.
I know one of my triggers is stress.
I think that triggers everybody.
Well, no, you misunderstand. See, I suffer from something that I've suffered with my entire life, and it's only been diagnosed as of recently, which is severe panic disorder.
Well, you know what, dude? I think this is the new thing in America, and this, no offense to anybody who's got these dilemmas, but all this new shit. When I was a kid, right, ADHD was called hyperactivity. If you drank too much Coca-Cola, do you know what would happen? You'd go fucking mental as a kid. You know what people do these days? Feed their kids too much sugar and then blame the kids for having ADHD.
See,
it's the same shit. It literally is the same shit. It's called hyperactivity. Now you're saying I got chronic fucking shitty order. Well, I'm sorry, but you've just been speaking to me for the best part of 4 hours. Do you know what that's called? A part-time job. If you can do that for 4 hours, you can work in a fucking office.
Yeah,
You've
but
got
you know,
no reason at all to explain to me that you can't have a job.
I'm not saying I don't have a
reason
job.
at all, because I've just come from surgery on my legs.
Just to make a note real quick,
I'm
Sty is now turned to
I'm turning to
Stark
Dr. Phil.
for yelling at
I'm turning to Dr.
Stark,
Phil.
it's your turn to be yelled at by Sty.
Yeah, exactly. It's your turn now, bitch, right? The point
Actually,
is...
the point that I'm trying to make...
No, I'm saying is there's nothing stopping you having a good job at home.
A low job market in areas that I can do. See, the reason I'm fine and I've been talking to you is because I've been sitting here and smoking. If I was to do anything else,
smoke at home, I still ain't good money.
My back could destroy me, and with my credentials, I can't sit at home and make good money.
Well, what credentials do you have?
What I have is...
I don't need to make that personal, so you don't need to answer because we're all live, so you don't need to technically answer that. I just want to give you
You know what, Stark? Really, you don't have to get too personal.
Yeah, you don't have to be personal.
Especially with Sty, who's going to just yell at you.
Yeah, just let me go.
No, see, here's my point. I can listen to him yell. The reason I can listen to him yell is I've worked jobs where I had to listen to people yell all the time. I can listen to people just flap their fucking gums all day long and it not bother me because words don't bother me. Now, his drunken opinion of me, one way or the other, doesn't give 2 pints of monkey piss about how I feel about me or my situation.
Well,
however, well, actually, no, it shouldn't. Because I don't know, it really shouldn't, because I don't know you from fuck all. So...
Yeah, but that's okay, but that's when you don't give a fuck about yourself. You see, it's not what I think, it's what you want to do with your life. If you want to sit on that couch all day, that's your fucking problem. If you want to complain to me, if you want me to listen to you, and you don't care, then what makes you think I fucking give a fuck about your problem?
Because you're sitting there insulting him, Sty.
I'm not. I'm trying to be as honest as he is. If he's telling me, if this guy's telling me,
you're sitting there assuming that you know what he should do. You're telling somebody what they should do, and there's no reason why he shouldn't be able to do something.
Actually,
you need to fucking chill and smoke a bone yourself instead of drinking all that fucking vodka. You need to stop.
Hold on, Patrick and Stizer, because the idea here, this is a raw conversation, and it's interesting to me. I think that if people are to interact with each other...
You see my fucking legs, Patrick? Have you seen what I've been through? Do you want me to show you them again? I'm not here lecturing this kid or telling him that it's not possible, because it fucking is. I'm saying the only person who's going to change that situation is him, regardless. Do you want to see my fucking legs again, motherfucker? Do you want to see my fucking legs and show you what the fuck I mean? Don't fucking lecture me, bitch. I will make you fucking lick my fucking legs, motherfucker. Don't start telling me you don't know.
You interrupted Joe, and I didn't hear what else he had to say.
No, I was just saying that if we're going to, because it's interesting, if we're going to interact with each other, we should be able to say things to each other, regardless of how we know them or how long we've known them. Or everyone has criticisms of people.
Mm-hmm.
That's how things go.
Yeah.
And if someone's going to have a criticism of someone, they can either defend themselves or they don't have to participate in the conversation. But we can't censor people from saying things, especially in this particular forum. I don't want that to happen. I don't like censorship. I don't like to put stipulations on certain things.
See, my thought process on this whole thing, top to bottom, is he can say what he wants, he can assume, he can know, but unless he's here in the body, in my doctor's appointments, in various things that I go through, he won't know, and I really don't care if he speculates.
Because that can qualify for anybody, though, right? Stop.
Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't bother me one way or another, man.
Yeah, but that's the only point I'm making. So therefore, any counter argument you make to justify your position, I can say the exact same thing. I don't give a fuck.
Exactly. And
so,
see, that's the thing.
So that's what I'm saying. The only people who can change it are us, ourselves.
Exactly. Now the thing is regardless of whether I am or I am not, that's on my head.
Of course it is. Of course. I admit that.
The thing is I'm one of these guys where you can say any goddamn thing you want to me. It's not going to bother me. The truth is it's up to me whether I listen or not listen. And when you start going on and on and on and on and on and on, I don't listen. And I do that to everybody. It's not just you. It'd be the same thing if Joseph did it. It'd be the same thing if Patrick did it. Now, if someone can keep my attention and keep me focused, then I'll listen. Realistically, now, what I'm doing right here, you said, hey, this is a part-time job. It is a part-time job if I'm getting paid for it. If I'm not getting paid for it, it would be of no more consequence to me than if I was sitting on a bus stop having a conversation with somebody.
Yeah, but wouldn't you like to get paid for it, though? Wouldn't you like to get paid to sit on your couch?
The thing is that's everybody. Everybody would love to get paid doing what they love to do.
Everybody can, given if they're willing to choose certain situations that arise in their life. I nearly died twice already. I'm 33. I've nearly died twice already. The last time was in January of this year, right? This year, I nearly died again. My choice is very clear. I can sit on my ass and do nothing about the situation I find myself in, or I can choose to do something about it. I choose to do something about it. My legs hurt me every fucking single day. Every single day my legs hurt me. They fucking weed me out.
What happened to your legs?
I had a blood clot and they chopped me open like a fucking chicken. Like, seriously. They chopped me open like a fucking chicken, like I was attacked by a shark. I'm not even joking with you.
I have,
I'll show you. I can show you the pictures if you fucking want, dude.
No, it's alright.
Please don't show those, please.
Yeah, exactly. I've got evidence to back me up. I'm not
joking. Let's not make this who's got the biggest fucking medical problem.
No.
Well, I would still win.
Shut up. I just want to say, I've seen pictures of this guy's legs. I've been through some shit, but nothing like that, man.
Yeah, it sounds...
What Stizer's had to deal with at his age is pretty fucked up.
I'm talking about being
just want to say.
My only point is you have to be positive, right? I know, dude, I know your circumstance isn't perfect. I wouldn't wish it on anybody's shitty life, okay? But the shit that you get dealt with, you either suck it up and fucking deal with it and get a grip, or you just become a fucking... Well, you might as well just commit suicide at that point.
That's my motto.
You go, well, I'm fucking nobody. I would rather know I'm going to die and live 6 months fighting the fact that I'm going to die, living my life, than be a fucking nobody and go, well, fuck, it's coming to me anyway. I'm a Scarface when it comes to the shit that I've dealt with.
Well, see,
I want to say that I agree with you, Stein, but
I do totally.
I think you're being a little harsh sometimes. And
sometimes
I tell you what, I agree with you.
Sometimes
let me tell you, there are some people, including myself. Am I going to be able to talk?
I'm sorry.
I agree with you, and there are some people, including myself, that actually contemplated on suicide. But the thing is,
I've tried it.
Sometimes the situation, including job availability, and reasons for being blacklisted in some cases, and things like that negate some of those reasons, and that can even send you into more of a depressing and lack of, or laziness mode.
Yeah.
But I want to tell you something. During the time, and I'm one of those people, because I haven't worked for a long time, so I can tell you what I've been doing, and it's not making me any money. In fact, I'm one step away from being any better. But I decided that regardless of whether or not I'm getting paid for it, I want to be able to do something to make a difference.
Volunteer.
So if I die tomorrow, I think, I'm not positive, but I think that I'm making a difference as far as trying to, and being in this hangout beyond the bullshit is actually important to me, because this is exactly where I'm coming from. It's beyond the bullshit. It's the whole, we actually talked about me being a co-host or some kind of content provider, and we sort of fell out on that. But the point is that I am here. And this is actually very important to me, especially in this country, especially in the United States of America, where the fucking bullshit has gone, the cup has runneth over on the bullshit. and I am trying to fight against it. I'm not getting paid for it. In fact, I'm getting just the opposite for it. So just want to let you know that, okay?
Now, see, with me, I think I feel like Patrick does, very much so, in the idea of the things that I've decided was, you know what? I didn't decide comedy as one of these things of let's go try comedy. I saw my options, and I thought, you know what? I've always wanted to try comedy, so I'm going to give it a try. And to somewhat, I've had some success. I've had some setback. But the thing was it's like my mom said early on in life. Life sucks, get a fucking helmet. Now, the weight that I've lost and everything that I've done that for me. I didn't do it for any other fucking person. I didn't do it for my wife. I didn't do it for anyone else. Once I started understanding shit, and I knew how my body worked, and I got on the proper medications to help do what I need to do, things started rolling the way it was supposed to. But there are some people, and I do think that if we lose sight of this, then we've lost sight of a big issue. And there are some people that are so fucked, be it from a mental disorder, be it from a physical disability, that sometimes the people looking at them will never fully understand the idea, and we can throw as much ideas, as much, upbeat, positive talk. But the problem is when you look at people who are vast in number. I mean, we are 4 people here, well 3, because Patrick went out to go smoke, and I don't know what Joseph's doing.
Joseph's probably sitting there smoking too. He's probably just sitting there smoking, listening like I am.
We're 3 people. We may not have anything else in common other than wanting to cut bullshit. We may not agree on a fuck all of things. And if we agreed on everything, that'd make for boring fucking discussions.
I agree totally on that. Totally.
But the problem with, certain people, and I find this especially with people like me, there is a group of people that quit, and then there's a group of people that don't. I've never been one not to. Everything that I have, everything that I've ever done, I've never quit. I haven't started quitting, so why the fuck would I start now?
No, but I mean, the reason why I brought up the part-time job is because I don't think you're that type where you can exclude yourself from society just because you've got issues. I drink every single fucking day. Mm-hmm. I still get my ass up. I still go to college as much as fucking humanly possible. I feel like I'm dying, trust me, most days. Even when I don't have to get up for college, I feel like I'm fucking dying. My legs feel like they're not even attached to my fucking body some days, right? But yeah, I have to fester through it. Why is that? Because the alternative is no alternative. The alternative is literally death. And do I want to go there? No. So me ragging on your case is not me saying, oh, well, you can do it. What I'm saying is, look, dude, if you was in my shoes, I would never put you in my shoes. And I'm pretty sure nobody that I know my age has ever been in my fucking shoes the way I've experienced my crazy-ass fucking experience in the past 3 years. I would never wish that on Hitler. That's how bad it was. Right?
And see, and I can totally agree with you.
But I still take all that anger of why me. And this is what keeps me going every day. Why me? But the anger I take from that keeps me going every fucking day to go, you know what? I'm not going to let that overrule what the fuck I want to be. Every single day I wake up, there's a chance that I won't wake up. I know that very clearly every fucking day. I take medication not to stop me from my legs dropping off. I take my medications from stopping me from fucking dying every day.
And see, that the thing that you have to somebody else, they wouldn't be able to. A lesser person in some area couldn't do that.
That's why I need to give confidence to other people. I know it sounds shitty, but confidence helps, dude. I got confidence. Where I got my confidence from was laying next to an old guy. This is the first time I really understand confidence in myself. This guy was crying next to me with no fucking legs. I was put on a ward as a 32-year-old young man. Footballer style age. Probably still in his prime, or should be still in his prime, right? I'm stuck next to a 70-year-old, a 60-year-old, a fucking 80-year-old. I'm the fucking miracle on the ward. And the doctor said to me, it's not a miracle in a good way. In other words, it's kind of bad news. There's something fucked up with you and we don't know what the fuck it is. The only reason why you've still got your legs is because you're not like him next door. And that guy cried all night about a phantom leg. And that just perplexed me. That could be me. For some oddball reason, I was still fucking had my legs twice.
But you know, the thing is, here's the thing with that.
He won't be a third time, sadly. So that's being ruled out already.
Well, here's the good thing about that. There's a million other chances that could have been. If we spend our lives looking at what could have been, what could have done, and not propel ourselves forward, we won't go anywhere. And I agree, much like you. I would rather die than not live life on my own fucking terms. And the thing is when you look at people, and this is something, as someone who has had loved ones commit suicide, it's one of those things when you have someone die that did that, and I look at it now, and there are things that go on about it that just completely piss me off. Like the fact that, for a prime example, my mother, whom is one of the smartest women I know, still will go, and she will go to a church in which a woman claims to have made contact with this deceased loved one. Now, I understand in my mom's mind that gives her closure, and I've had many discussions with her about this, but the thing is there are some people that are so set in a delusion that any way to remove that delusion will not be good. And the only way to successfully remove it is through a copious amount of time and therapy. And I know that from seeing people. I went to a hospital one time because I wanted to kill myself, flat and honest. No bullshit, no playing around, because I don't fuck around. I went there because I was having thoughts, and I didn't like those thoughts. So being in there, I sat there and I talked with a guy named Brandon. And the reason I remember Brandon thought Brandon was God.
Wow.
The reason Brandon thought Brandon was God was because Brandon was my age. Brandon was 16, 17, 18, in that area. I had just turned 18. It was right after my 18th birthday. And Brandon was talking to me as God. And he told me the reason why Brandon had to realize that he was God was because his mom killed his dad in front of him. Now, this kid lost his mind so much over the whole court proceedings that the only way that he could justify saying that happened was that he was God and he allowed it to happen because no one knows his plans. Now, when I was a kid and I was in there, I was like, God damn, this guy's fucked. It wasn't until much later I was sitting at a bar that I worked at, and I was pouring a guy a drink. And this guy was an atheist. The guy's name was Sal. He was one of our regulars. And I was like, so what's up, Sal? He goes, well, I found out today something. I'm not God. And I go, what the fuck are you talking about? And Sal started spouting this logic where I didn't realize it until much later on, and then I read it somewhere else, which it's escaping me right now. And there is a type of person, when they deconvert from Christianity, it is such a break for them that they come to the conclusion that, holy shit, I must be God. So when you say you wake up every day and you're lucky to wake up, you are. Everyone is lucky to wake up. But the thing is what keeps me going is to know that my mind is still right and I'm not that fucking guy. I don't have to think that I'm God to cope. But the thing is there are people that are living, like, I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the Drunken Peasants podcast. But there's a woman they feature quite a lot named Gail.
What's up, John?
And, huh?
I was just saying, welcome to John.
That woman is off her fucking rocker. And the thing is I look at her, and in the beginning I laughed, but it was only here recently that I've stopped lacking the ability to laugh. Because if this is legitimate, and she is legitimately crazy, I care for my fellow human enough to say, God damn, somebody get her some help. So I'm in that boat where I look at people, I see people, I'm not, adverse to people suffering. But like for you, with your blood clots in your legs, dude, I am sorry as shit that happened to you. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. But where do you think, and this is my opinion, or this is the question I'm posing to everyone.
I might.
Where do you think that line should be drawn when somebody has, like, let's say there is somebody who is mentally off their rocker and they don't know any better? At what line do you think the government or some other facilitated agency that can help can say, okay, come here, we're going to help you?
Well, I don't, since he's not answering, I'm going to say I don't know if there is actually a line that can be drawn. There's too many variables.
Because see, that's kind of my...
Anyway, I have to say that...
Okay, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, life's shit, but the only thing to do with shittiness is to pluck it up and deal with it.
Thank you again.
Yeah, because that's what I did. I'm
going to say that when the conversation starts turning into a depressing conversation, I get a little uneasy.
Yeah, I completely zoned out, man. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like,
at the end of the day, right? The message should be about positivity. People have shitty lives. I've got a shitty life. Most people in this room have a shitty life in some way, shape, or form. The best thing to do: pull up your bootstraps, fucking suck it up, and deal with it.
Yeah, that's all you gotta do, man.
Life is good here, man. Hate to tell you.
Well,
you know what? You fucking suck. Go on.
Twat.
Okay.
All right,
so
I'm gonna switch this. Wait, no, hold on, right? Because it's my turn to shine.
You interrupted me so I can say hold on.
No, I'm gonna interrupt you. Yes, I am. So I'm gonna welcome Brother John.
All right, you keep doing that.
Yeah, that's fine. It's all right. It's my room. And Joseph's. Okay, and he left. Doesn't matter. One less person for me to interrupt. So.
Fucking baby.
Yeah. Welcome Brother John. I was gonna say.
I know. It's our fucking show. If we interrupt, we fucking interrupt. Like that's how it works. If you don't like that, then fuck off. I'm sorry.
So I only want to say hello to Brother John, and yes, I did watch I didn't watch all, I will say, because I was fucking too busy screaming at Joseph saying, we should be doing this live, and Joseph's like, fuck off, it's annoying. So then I watched it by myself, only for 20 minutes.
Stop everything we're doing to watch this debate, man.
Get my tits in.
Let me finish my shit, and then we can do what the fuck you want to do.
I watched 20 minutes, and I literally had to stop it at that point, because it was just too funny. Bullshit. It was just mental. No, it was literally mental. Some of the stuff they were saying, I was like, did he just say that? So yeah, 20 minutes, I couldn't watch it anymore. It was just...
Well, see, that's...
It wouldn't have lasted that long if we would have did it. I would have just stopped it and just said, I can't.
No, see, I wouldn't have made it 20 minutes. I wouldn't have, with the amount of conservative people I know, and the amount of shit that gets blasted on my Facebook wall daily of conservative shit, I pretty much knew what these motherfuckers were talking about.
Rand Paul got a lot of hoorays for the whole...
See,
hold on, let me finish. Rand Paul got a lot of hoorays. And the funny thing was, right, as much as Donald Trump got booed, you know, they were booing him because it was so fucking hilarious what he said. Because he was like, these fucking idiots, and everyone went boo. As if saying, you can't say that, but yet he just did. And I was just like, I was clapping. I was like, that's so funny. Because he was like, all these guys have took my money. He literally said that on stage. He was like, all these fuckers have took my money. And I was just like, whoa, he just said that on national TV. And they all looked at him and said, did you just literally say that? It was just so bizarre. It was so surreal. And I honestly think Donald Trump won. That's how bizarre that thing was. Donald Trump actually won.
I think he won for keeping it real. I mean, that's for sure.
He did. You know, it's a real bizarre. It wasn't bizarre. It's the fact that he just had the balls to say it. He literally said, "See all these guys take money." And when the woman, the guy goes to him. The guy said, "Are you trying to say that people take bribes?" You know, we didn't literally say that, but basically that was his question. And Donald Trump was like, "Yes." It was just like,
he didn't have that politician's filter.
He doesn't. And that's why a lot of American Republicans love him, because he just comes out with crazy shit, and it's like, you fucking heart. He should dress up as a cowboy.
Yes, but crazy shit doesn't run a country.
I'm sorry.
Exactly. I like to see somebody who has a plan, and you know, there's only a couple of guys there that really I felt like had some kind of a plan. You know, I did. Like
I meant what I said at the start of this. This motherfucker, if he wins, will get us nuked by Mexico.
All right, listen, guys. I hit the wrong button. I went to go mute, and I hit.
Okay.
Yeah. You rage quit. We know. Come on.
I rage quit. Whatever. But I've been trying. I honestly, I've been trying for a half an hour, trying to say something, and I got to the point where I'm not even sure what I'm saying anymore.
But that's fine.
I kept getting interrupted by you mostly.
That's fine. You know.
But anyway,
I'm the host.
The whole thing is actually
beyond the bullshit.
Yeah, like this isn't. I just want to say, Patrick, and to viewers and to people that join, this isn't one of these nicey playtime fucking usual. Like, this isn't even supposed to be like a hangout format, right? So it's like when you come here, you deal with the personalities of me and Stizer, and you either participate or you don't, and that's how it works. It's a fucking.
Okay, I was just trying to make a point like a half hour ago, and I'm not even sure if I'm on the right track anymore.
It doesn't matter anymore.
It does matter to me. It matters to me. Because I waited, and it got to the point where I'm not even sure if I remember what the fuck I was going to say. What I'm trying to say is, if I was going to be one of the panelists that the original show when you were talking to me and Joe was talking to me about becoming, you're going to let me talk or what?
No, because it's a completely different.
Of course not, because this is what's been going on this whole half hour. I've been waiting.
Keep assuming shit. You keep assuming shit, right? This is not the panel.
I'm not
or
doing
the show
anything. I'm trying to tell you something.
With you on. No, listen to me.
Wow.
This is not.
Joe, will you help me out here?
No, Joe's going to let me finish because Joe's going to let us. I is correct. Listen,
I'm trying to talk here, Stein.
Yeah,
what is the problem?
Let the guy who fucking runs the fucking show.
I do kind of want to hear him out. I do want to hear him out and what he's saying. So just let him finish what he's saying and then say what you want to say.
I will let you speak. Honestly, I will, Patrick. I'm not a complete dick.
When? It's been an hour.
When I finish speaking. Hold on. It ain't going to take that long. The format that we have in this show right now ain't got nothing to do with us still wanting you to do the science thing. Right now, it's me and Joseph running the show as co-host, having an open, fun discussion because we haven't done one of these before. It's our first little escapade into just me and him talking about certain topics and having a laugh, right? This is the fucking first show we've done with it's just us. We are the most talked to people because it's our fucking show. It's me and him and you are the guests. If you've got something to say, that's fucking fine. If we overspeak you, well, suck it fucking up. It's just welcome to the Howard Stern show, basically. Plus 2.
Well, not so much the quality of Howard Stern.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
I gotta tell you, the interest of what I was gonna say about an hour ago has really gotten to the point where I just want to fucking slap you upside the head. I don't even remember what the fucking subject was anymore. We were talking about Beyond the Bullshit.
Okay, so if you didn't remember, let's move on.
Let's just move the fuck on. Yeah, that's
and every time I open my mouth, you were going to tell me about what the show is about and how you're the fucking grand poobah of the fucking hangout. I'm totally fucking so pissed off that I can't even think what the fuck I was going to say anymore. So, you know,
don't blame me for that shit. Get fucking
off. Fuck the conversation altogether, and I'm just gonna let you yell at me some more.
Fucking hell, how long did that take? 10 minutes? Like, she could have done that without it. And then I wouldn't have had to yell at you, for fuck's sake.
Oh, man.
Shut up, Paddy. Drink more fucking wine. Jesus Christ.
Can we get beyond this bullshit
now?
Exactly.
And you start to say something, and it gets to the point where an hour passes.
Guys, look. Listen, shut the fuck up and let's move the fuck on. Thanks. I know Brojo has something he wants to talk about.
Yeah,
I was trying to ask.
I totally forgot what I want to talk about. You get interrupted by Pat.
What the fuck you want to do?
I remember.
Paddy, drink your wine. Chill the fuck out.
I don't even know anymore, Stein.
Oh, that's fine.
I don't even know anymore. I was trying to talk to you about this show.
I can't remember my face.
The whole conversation
Let it go.
When Stark started talking about the things he was talking about, I started to say something. You just came in and started bragging about how this is your show.
It's our show, but I brag because I'm egotistic.
Whatever. I don't even remember anymore. I was trying for 45 minutes. I said an hour, but it's actually 45 minutes.
That's because you keep talking, for fuck's sake. You keep remembering.
I'm trying to remember what it was. My whole idea was a grand idea, and like it's gone now. It's like to the point where I'm just pissed off.
The grand idea is that you love our show because
the grand idea is that I'm pissed off. Okay.
All right, so mute yourself and go be pissed off.
Yeah, go ahead, Brother John. I'm sorry, Brother John.
Drink more wine. Fuck hell. Anyway, Brojo, go on, dude. Go for it.
I think we were talking about the debate. We're trying to talk about something on that debate.
I thought you were going to say
the Republican.
Oh, God. Me.
It was very. It was. Yeah.
Oh, bro.
It had its funny moments.
I thought it was boss, actually.
See, all I'm waiting for is tomorrow morning on Twitter and Facebook and the rest of the internet to see all the various memes and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be great. It's already started. So I'm just waiting for the aftermath.
Trump's gone up in the polls. I know that Trump's gone up in the polls.
There was some juicy sound bites, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
You should have heard a question towards the end. One of the questions, a couple of them was in regards to religion, and they considered religion as one of the top issues to be talking about. I was like, "What the fuck? Are you kidding me?" This is one of the The first one was racial issues. The second one was economy. Religion came in 5, and then I guess 3 and 4 was foreign policy, and I forgot the other one.
They didn't talk about the gays? Holy shit. I'm surprised.
No, they did. They did bring up a little about how people felt, about the marriage and stuff. I was a little bit, as much as I don't like Huckabee as far as I disagree with him as religiously, but he made, some good points. As long as another Republican, it was good to hear. You know what? This is not even the issue. The issue is about for all Americans. One, I think it was the guy who was from Ohio. I forgot his name, the governor there from Ohio, where the debate was held. And he was saying, they were asking him, if you found out your sister, your daughter, your daughter was gay, how would that make you feel? And he says, my faith tells me I'm to love and accept everyone. I'm going to love her, accept her where she's at.
But also
that was cool. They didn't make an issue out of the whole thing.
Brojo, hold on, Mister Brojo. Be honest.
Yeah.
Would you want any of them fucking idiots as your fucking president?
The only one.
As president, not like as he's a nice guy. I'm saying as the representative of your country on the world stage. Would you want any of them fucking idiots to be that person?
The closest one would probably be Grant. Ideally, no.
There you go. Then. So the Republicans are fucked.
I think too many people, look at the presidential election and they look at the president as going to be like the savior of the country. They're still hoping for change to be from the top down. When I think change is going to come from the bottom up on a local level.
Bernie Sanders. the old guy, the old statesman. Bernie Sanders is the only sensible option. Now, we know America isn't a sensible country, but if all else fails, hopefully they'll vote for Hillary Clinton.
No.
Yeah, I don't want them to either. I want them to vote for Bernie. Well, you got a choice. Do you want Republican hawks in the White House, or do you want a Democratic hawk in the White House?
I'd probably take any one of those Republicans that are on the stage today over Hillary.
Really?
Representing the country.
Oh, that's
I fucking would.
That is unfair, dude. That is unfair.
Goddamn, no.
That's unfair.
Oh, gee, fuck that.
Is Hillary that bad?
Hillary is not even close to as bad as the Republicans. She's still a hawk. I give her that. She's a right-leaning lefty in the sense of hawk. Is she as dumb as the fucking... No, come on, dude.
She's a shill.
Yeah, she is, but she's not a fucking Republican shrill. They're fucking idiots.
Well, yeah, I agree, but I mean, if we're calling a fucking spade, a shill is a fucking shill. Neither one is going to do fuck all for the people.
I'd still rather have Hillary Clinton. At least she can fucking...
But I would rather have Hillary than somebody that is 100% comfortable with doing away with the fucking EPA. Because let's fucking face it, we need a goddamn world to live on, stupid fucks.
Yeah.
And if we don't watch what we do with it, we're gonna burn and blow this motherfucker to hell in a handbasket. So realistically, I wouldn't want a Republican in office just for every damn one of them seems to be EPA stance.
Most of them deny climate change. Like,
yeah.
What the fuck? Even if, let's just say I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, and climate change could probably be, I don't know, the sun. Let's just use the sun, considering it's the elephant in the room. Let's just say the sun being weird, and the planet's being weird because the sun's being weird. Okay, let's say that's the case. Is that still a good reason to pump massive amounts of shit into the sky and poison the earth? I don't fucking think so. Either way, it's a win-win for the human race if we control pollution, which is obviously CO2 of some kind. But to say that it's like the world isn't affected by our fucking presence is just nonsensical. That's like retarded. It's basic science that if we exist, shit's gonna happen next. There's 7 billion people on the planet.
What I get,
no impact on the planet Earth whatsoever. No, not at all.
What I get primarily with politics is people pulling this whole, well, I can't vote for them. Why not? They don't believe in God. How do you know? Does it fucking matter?
Hello, I'm Holly Hughes in the Denver Post newsroom with some of our top stories from DPT.
Sorry.
We begin with breaking news. We've gotten word that about 1 million...
I think Brojo's got one of the secretaries on the phone. What are you saying, Brojo? What are you saying about the poll numbers?
No, I was looking up the recent story because you did talk about, you think the EPA is going to answer the question. Did you just see what happened recently about 1 million gallons of pollutants that were triggered accidentally by the EPA into a river in Colorado?
Yeah, well, the shitty part about that is,
up.
You can't break an omelet without making some fucking eggs. But the truth is we're going to be a whole hell of a lot safer with the EPA watching our ass if it's ran right and proficiently than we ever would with, a fucking Republican saying, we don't need to regulate. I mean, for fuck's sake, I'm not sure if any of you are familiar with the fracking and all the shit that's going on with that. I mean, people being fully aware of letting that happening and not seeing the tremendous impact that it fucking has. I mean, no offense, but yellow water and earthquakes and flammable water isn't fucking natural. Well, I mean, it is natural because it's happening, but it doesn't happen without us fucking with it.
Hey kids, look, we got buy one get one free. What's that, Dad? We got water and fire. Let's go camping, Dad. Take the water, it's fine as long as you don't set light to it. It's fucking bizarre.
I mean, think about that.
You can use the same shit to fuel your car as you can to fucking light the fucking gas fire. It's like, that's not, okay, like fucking...
Well, send that water up north, keep them warm.
Yeah, exactly. You're wasting the fucking petrol, for fuck's sake.
See, they don't understand. Like, literally put fracking water in your fucking car. It'll tear your shit up, but at least we'll have a use for it.
Yeah.
But
basically just invented a new gas oil.
Well, they had...
water that you drink, apparently.
When the town that I came from had a ethanol plant right outside of the county, like almost at the other county line in Indiana. Now, I say had because it went up, and when it went up, it went boom. And not to confuse boom with pop. This motherfucker blew the fuck up. And they're like, we can't do anything. My mom called me the other day, they're talking about fracking now. So it's like, oh shit. Yeah. We're gonna fuck it. And if you think a Republican's not gonna fuck it faster, you're kidding yourself.
That debate was honestly the most... Like, I literally only took 20 minutes, and I had to turn it off because I couldn't stop laughing, because the answers were like...
Well, boys...
Bizarro answers.
I'm gonna cut...
I think Donald Trump won just because he was at least the most honest, stupidest fucker on there.
Hey, guys, I'm heading to bed. I'm gonna catch y'all later.
Later.
Alright, Stark. Well, you're always welcome back, dude, and it's a pleasure.
Yeah.
As usual.
Appreciate it.
Feel free to always join with the invites.
Well, of course I'm going to. Josh already told me I was a 3-person to this bitch. I don't really even remember saying okay, but have fun. I'll take you all later.
Peace out, Stark, from there.
Peace.
He called you Josh for some reason.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
Which is Joe. I thought, did he take that literally? I hope not. He's a nice guy, but, no. Need tits. That's what Not your fucking idea. Right, eat make a recall.
What are you eating? Popcorn?
Doritos. Chili heat wave. Fucking delicious. Super huge bag. Not like a nice bag of chili heat waves to go with a nice vodka with the orange juice. Though I do miss the dip. Let's go to the supermarket and you get the dip with it. I just got these from like the off license. I was just like, give me them. They're only a pound, the bag's like super big. 102 grams. Wow. Like my daily dose of calories. I ate a fucking meal. And with a heart attack in between. Okay, so who do you think won the debate then, our brother John?
I couldn't pinpoint it to one person. I couldn't.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at the aftermath of it. Apparently,
It's hard, because I think it lacked a lot of substance of what exactly people want to do. You hear a lot of rhetoric, a lot of attacks. It was like it's a lot of times it was no different than watching a G+ hangout.
No, I think the David Pakman show has got the best, I think, headline for the video. He said Republican debates, everybody loses. I think that's fair. Because I think the format itself was rubbish. I think Fox News did a big boo-boo there. He could have split that into two eights. Because most of that debate was focused on who didn't win, so to speak. But in the sense of who didn't get into the 16. Well, the top 11 or whatever the fuck it was. Just really weird.
I mean, 10 people up there. They weren't, like the first question, they would throw a question, kind of a question about the candidate individually, any controversial statements they might have made and stuff like that. And then later on, there was no question that was answered by every candidate.
Yeah.
Maybe two or three or four, and then it would move on. And it's hard to do that when you have so many up there.
It's just weird. That's what I'm saying. You have like too many people when you think about it.
But you want to have everybody have a voice, especially those who are probably not getting this exposure on the media, like Trump, So
yeah, but couldn't they just split the groups into two halves and like instead of making it this is the only debate? I mean, there's like how many months is the what are we in now? Nearly August, yeah. September.
Apparently
October,
there was
November,
debates earlier on the day that I didn't even know were
we still
going
got
on.
a year. We still got a year and 3 months until the primaries like kick off properly, which is November or some shit. Well, in fact, that's when the elect, isn't it? I think is that the election November?
Yeah.
So what would that be, March then? So we still got like 10 months at least, or something crazy. Yeah. September. 7 or 8 months, give or take. I know. I think they could have separated because even who was it? I think it might have been the Young Turks who said it's not even fair on Republicans at that point because no one's going to get to really voice their opinion. It's going to just be sound bites. And Donald Trump, I can't even believe Donald Trump's on the stage. That's just fucking bizarre. That is bizarre, isn't it? Come on.
Center stage, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Because he got the highest percentage.
At 27% go from cut. It's 27 or 24, I think it was 24 minutes. And in the last poll, it was 24%, which is like leagues above everybody. Oh, that's on like sub 19.
I like when they had one question for Trump, asking him, you had 4 companies go bankrupt. Yeah.
I missed that one. I missed that.
How do you expect to run a country if you got these 4 companies, And he's like, I use the laws of the land, to benefit my the business, and and he corrected her saying, I'm not the one who went bankrupt, and that's true. His company, the corporation, went bankrupt. He used the laws to his favor. He's like, no one, I could point to so many people that you look up to as finance gurus. They use the law to their own benefit. Who doesn't? You're gonna use the system.
That's why people like him, because at the end of the day, as much as you might be an arse clown, he ain't stupid. You can't be rich like that and be still rich. He'd be already broke if he was that much of an arse clown. Be honest. As much as we dislike the guy, he's not that fucking dumb. Possibly. I'm just saying. I think it's honesty.
I don't hate him. He's a man who likes to get things done. He's gonna get it done.
Well,
how he goes.
You mightn't agree how he likes to get shit done, but you can just imagine the United States being like a big brothel if he was president. It would be so funny. It would be so hilarious. It'd just be a giant like golf course. 4, and then like people playing golf in the White House and shit. You get rid of the tennis courts and just put a fucking golf course in the back garden or some shit.
I'm surprised this hangout ain't full, man.
I don't know.
People are afraid of Stizer.
Yeah, that's true.
Like they don't like to come into rooms with him.
They can't stand my honesty or my loud mouth. And besides, other people have hangouts like Nadia's.
Yeah,
prefer to sit in Nadia's hangout instead of
Nadia's hangout. I will say Nadia's hangout was pretty popular for a while because Matt Slick was in there, and I was
Really?
actually
Matt
surprised
Slick was
myself.
in
Yeah, Matt Slick when Nani was
Yeah,
hanging
what was
out.
he doing in
I
there?
was pretty
No,
shocked.
see, exactly. That's the point. It's like don't join a constructive hangout where we're trying to talk about issues. Oh no, fuck that. Let's debate the philosophical bullshit of God and transgender fucking nonsense. Fucking troll shit. The problem
That
is
was
not
one of
our
the
hangout. The
questions at
problem
the
is the
end of the debate.
community in which we
Ty.
offer our services. The
That
people
was
who
one.
have gotten.
Uh-huh. That was one of the end of the one of the questions at the end of the debate. They were asking the candidates because they were trying to touch upon religion. Has God spoken to you in any way on how to deal with the country? And
Did any of them say yes? Because they should be locked up if that's the case.
I thought that everybody was gonna have a chance to answer that because I was like, I'm waiting for Trump to answer this one. Only half of them got it. But yeah, a couple of them there, they profess their faith, Jesus, and and
I would never trust anybody who said we spoke to God. Fuck that. You should be in a fucking nut house with the rest of the fucking.
gonna do the will of God according to the scriptures. I'm like, no, don't, please.
Don't do it! Don't do it! You were still on fire up until then. Just no. To be fair, I think Ron Paul answered a good question when he was getting kind of berated by Chris Christie. Well, I was prosecuting. I was like, that's a lie. How can you be prosecuted before 9/11? The FISA court wasn't even set up then. Nobody noticed that, which I did. The FISA courts that he said he was prosecuting people about before 9/11, when he was set up, they were set up under the fucking the Patriot Act. Actually, yeah. See what happens when you know the law instead of listening to fucking idiots like that. He blatantly lied, and Rand Paul was just like, he should have just said, how's that even possible? The law wasn't even made when you're just saying you said you did that shit. It was the FISA court was set up under the Patriot Act. Because every other time you had to get a judge permission-led investigation, like you had to get a subpoena from a judge, so to speak, to get the whole information. But now, you don't need to do that shit. Under certain weird things that the fucking CIA, NSA have set up, you can just basically fucking troll everybody's shit.
Right. And Rand Paul wants to reverse that.
I know. I love Bernie Sanders. I can't wait for Bernie Sanders. But it's going to be weird because there's only going to be two people on the stage. There's only Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton who are running for president. There's nobody fucking else. That's going to be weird.
There's no one else. There's
literally nobody else running to be
the Democratic Party?
No, there's only two. Technically speaking, who are getting all the fucking media attention. Bernie Sanders, Hillary Clinton. There's nobody fucking else who would get a mention. The only person who would get a mention would be fucking, technically speaking, would be the vice president.
What I'm looking at here is Joe Biden, Andrew Cuomo.
Joe Biden hasn't declared yet. Elizabeth Warren hasn't declared yet. The only people who would make, I think, a Bernie Sanders Warren ticket would totally destroy anybody. If Warren, I know she's a feminist, so to speak, in that regard. She wants Hillary to win. But also she backs Bernie Sanders, kind of. Well, her supporters back Sanders. If she went on a Bernie Warren ticket, I bet they would win, hands down. Warren, she sits on the banking committee. Bernie Sanders, veteran committee, and also was on another committee. I think there's one of the other banking ones, I'm not too sure it was. But if them two ran as president, vice president, Hillary would stand no fucking chance. No chance whatsoever.
How about Elizabeth Warren? You know anything about her?
As I just said, Warren, Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, you did? Okay.
Elizabeth, at the end I just said that Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders
sorry,
is the problem. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted.
Yeah.
Anyway. I'm looking at a whole list here. I'm looking at
yeah, but
people
none of
them, they're not getting the media attention. I get it.
Not even close to getting the media attention.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, the only person who gets the attention is Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. That's it. Nobody fucking else gets even a mention. The VP, Biden, he hasn't even declared yet.
Right.
If he declares, maybe you get a run. I don't think he'll ever win because he's a bit of a gaff meister. So I can't see him ever win. I think it's going to come down to the primaries. If Bernie Sanders wins Iowa, New Hampshire, he's got a good chance then of getting a nominee. If he doesn't win, then he's fucked, basically. And he said he wouldn't win. He wouldn't run as an independent because he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to see a Republican in the White House, so he wouldn't win against Hillary. Which, be all intents fairness, is a reasonable thing to do. So, as much as he's against the politicians of today, he's saying, well, I'm not going to let fucking a Republican in because at least Hillary's not as fucking crazy as the fucking Republicans are. Which I agree. I don't think she is. She's a cunt, but she's not that fucking dumb. She's been around the block too many times to be that fucking stupid. Though, the only thing I don't like about her, she's a whore. So she might be willing. No, she might be willing to actually go to war with Iran if shit don't work out. That's my only issue. The next president can't go to war with Iran, or we're all fucked, big time. As soon as America goes to war with Iran, China, Russia will pull the dollar from under your ass, and we're all fucked at that point. Even Obama said it on Wednesday. He said one of the biggest detonations is China, and they're in the agreement with Iran. If we exclude China and other people, like sanctions-wise, but they own our debt, we could literally lose the world's currency. He literally said that on telly. He's literally telling the truth. You gotta understand, these countries are fucking idiots. America owes China trillions of bucks. China expects to be paid, regardless. If you stop fucking around on the planet without paying your debts, all they need to do is say, fuck you. Bye-bye your currency. That's what happened to Britain. Britain had the currency for ages, the world currency. Because we thought we were smart asses, we lost it and then America got it. You've had it for like 60 years, I think. I think so. We had it for hundreds of fucking years. See, the thing is, with wars today, they're not actually they're not conducted with like weapons. They're conducted with money. If I want to break your nation, I just make it bankrupt. There's a good video on YouTube called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. Watch that. Really interesting shit, man. You should work for the CIA. He went to countries and basically said, "This is an ultimatum. If you don't play by the rules, we'll bankrupt your country." That's how warfare is played out in today's world. You don't need to bomb you anymore. Bombing's just fun. Helps the military fucking make shitloads of money and play with their new toys. But real warfare is played out on the stock market.
Where did everyone go?
I'm here. I'm just trying to promote the fucking news.
Yo, take this off air. We're done.
Oh, him. Bye.
See you later, everyone. Good night.